हामी छौँ PMPL सिजन 5 मा अनि हरेक सिजनमा हामीले देखिरहेको छ कि रोस्टर सफल अलिकता बढी चाहिँ भइरहेको हुन्छ, बट सम टाइम त्यो रोस्टर सफल राइभलरीको कारण पनि बनिरहेको हुन्छ। अहिले सेम केस रहेको छ भाइब्स अनि HV को बीचमा। सो हामी गेस्ट बोलाउँदैछौँ आज ब्यान्टर क्रिएट गर्नको लागि भाइब्सबाट न्यूली जोइन्ड प्लेयर मलिक अनि त्यसपछि हाई भोल्टेजमा पनि भाइब्स छोडेर गएका प्लेयर कबिन।
हेलो एभ्रिवान, मेरो नाम चाहिँ मलिक कार्की हो र मेरो इन गेम नेम चाहिँ भाइब्स मलिक हो र म एज अ सपोर्टर खेल्छु भाइब्स स्पोर्ट्सबाट।
हेलो, मेरो नाम चाहिँ प्रवीण तामाङ अनि मेरो इन गेम नेम चाहिँ एसबी प्रवीण अनि म चाहिँ एसबीबाट फिल्टर र सपोर्टरको रोल खेल्छु।
सो बोथ अफ द सपोर्ट प्लेयर भनौँ एक हिसाबले आफ्नो टिमको, एन्ड देन यहाँ प्रवीणले चाहिँ एक्स्ट्रा रोल प्ले गरेको चाहिँ हामीले देख्यो एज अफ फिल्टर। ओके, हामी कन्भर्सेसन अगाडि बढाउँछौँ। सबैभन्दा पहिला नै म पिन्च क्वेसन सोध्न चाहेँ एउटा, यदि कुनै एउटा मनपर्ने कुरा अनि एउटा मन नपर्ने कुरा तपाईँले भन्नु पर्यो एचबीको बारेमा भने चाहिँ के हुन्छ?
एचबीको मनपर्ने कुरा चाहिँ उनीहरूको लाइक गन पावर एकदमै राम्रो छ होइन, अनि उनीहरूको डिफेन्सिभ प्लस एग्रेसिभ दुइटै छ होइन, जस ब्यालेन्स गेम प्ले छ। अनि मन नपर्ने कुरा चाहिँ हाम्रो एकजना आएर जहिले मारिदिन्छ।
ओके, एकदम इन्ट्रेस्टिङ क्वेसन, एन्सर पनि त्यस्तै रह्यो। के हुनसक्छ भाइब्सको लागि एउटा मनपर्ने र मन नपर्ने कुरा?
हजुर, त्यो भाइब्सको अब खेल्ने पारा एग्रेसन हो, त्यो चाहिँ एकदम राम्रो छ जस्तो ड्युट गर्ने पारा र, तर अलि डिफेन्सिभ खेल्दा चाहिँ हल्का चोक हुन्छ उनीहरूको।
म मलिकलाई सोध्न चाहेँ, एउटा इन्ट्रेस्टिङ क्वेसन छ यो एन्ड आई थिङ्क सायद इम्पोर्टेन्ट पनि। आफ्नो लास्ट टिमले PMPL जित्यो अनि टिम छोडिदियो आफूले, किन?
अब त्यतिखेर अब हुन्छ नि लाइक अब टिमभित्र नै अलि टिम अब पुरै क्रिउ अब पुरै टिम हुन्छ नि त, म्यानेजमेन्ट टिमहरू हुन्छ अनि सबै त्यो हेर्दाखेरि अलि त्यस्तै कम्फर्टेबल लागेन। अनि
सो इट्स नट अबाउट टिम, पुरै ओभरअल म्यानेजमेन्ट एन्ड सो अन हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ आफूलाई कम्फर्टेबल लागेन, सो यु लेफ्ट। मेक सेन्स। बट आफूले किन छोड्यो त? किन भन्दा भाइब्स त राम्रो खेलेको थियो, फाइनलमा पनि राम्रो गरेको थियो, लिगमा पनि राम्रो गरेको थियो, अलमोस्ट टप 5 नै थियो, एन्ड यु लेफ्ट भाइब्स।
म चाहिँ अलि सिचुएसन अनुसार खेल्न अलि मन पराउँछ, डिफेन्सिभ पनि जान खोज्छ, त्यही कारणले गर्दा केही नयाँ ट्राई गर्न अनि यता एसबीमा जोइन गरेको।
आफू भर्सेटाइल खेल्न चाहन्थ्यो, बट भाइब्स अल अबाउट एग्रेसन भयो, एन्ड यु फेल्ट कि सायद यो गेम प्लेले टिम धेरै अगाडि जाला नजाला, सो आई हेभ टु ट्राई समथिङ न्यू। ओके, म अर्को क्वेसन सोध्न चाहेँ दुइटैलाई। यो क्वेसन कस्तो छ भन्दा दुइटा टिमहरूको बिचमा लडाइँ भइरहेको छ, इराङ्गलमा मैले नोट गरेको छ। खासमा किन लडाइँ हुन्छ दुइटा टिमको बिचमा? इराङ्गलमा जहिले लडिरहेको हुन्छ, स्टार्टमै त्यो पनि
यस्तो हो लाइक हाम्रो प्लेन पाथ चाहिँ टाढा हुँदाखेरि हामी चाहिँ एउटै पोइन्टबाट गाडी उठाउँछ क्या अनि त्यहाँनिर चाहिँ अनि अब 4 जना अब सबैजना एकै ठाउँमा झरेर अनि त्यो फाइट हुन्छ क्या त्यतिखेर चाहिँ
सो प्लेन पाथले सपोर्ट गरेन भने बिचमा भेहिकलको लागि झर्नु पर्यो सो
त्यही ठाउँमा फाइट
बाध्यता रहन्छ भाइब्सको पर्सपेक्टिभ त हामी सुन्यो एसबीको पर्सपेक्टिभ के हो कि किन लडिन्छ स्टार्टमा
त्यो हाम्रो के अरे अस्ति नेट अलि नराम्रो थियो पहिलातिर अनि प्यारासुट ग्लिच हुने मेनली अनि त्यो ग्लिच भएपछि अनि गाडीमा झर्न खोज्दा नपुग्ने थियो कहाँ पुग्थ्यो अनि भाइब्सले अनि फेरि त्यहाँबाट अनि गाडीको टायर हानिदिन्थ्यो क्या अनि त्यो कुरामा रिस उठेर अनि त्यहाँ अनि एकजना थियो भनेर थाहा हुन्थ्यो नि त त्यहाँ पुसान्थ्यो हामीले
सो द्याट्स वाइ एकजना प्लेयर त्यहाँ गाडी लुट्न या त्यहाँ झरेको छ अनि थाहा थियो नि त्यसलाई पहिले पुस गरिदिनु रिसिभ निकाल्न ओके आई थिङ्क यो पिएमपिएलमा पनि हामी देख्न पाइनेवाला छ के म भन्दैछु भन्ने बारेमा ओके दुइटैको लागि यो पनि एउटा कमन क्वेसन रहन सक्छ आफू पनि मल्टिपल आइजिएलको साथमा खेलिसक्यो अहिलेसम्मको गेम प्लेको कुरा गर्ने भने कुनै एउटा आइजिएल जुन आफूले खेलेको अहिलेसम्मको करियरमा बेस्ट लाग्यो उसको अन्डरमा खेल्न
बेस्ट भन्नाले अब म मेरो प्रिभियस टिम नै भन्छु रुल्सकै भन्छु किनकि त्यो टिमबाट मैले पिएमसी पिएमएल दुइटै जितेँ नि त अनि त्यही नै बेस्ट छ अनि किनकि त्यहाँ उसको गेम प्ले पनि डिफेन्सिभ एग्रेसिभ त्यो ब्यालेन्स छ नि त अलि अनि त्यो रुल्समा
लागि कुनै एउटा आइजिएल पिक गर्नु पर्यो नि मोस्ट अफ द त आफू जिगलको अन्डरमा खेलेको छ अहिले नयाँ एक्सट्रिमको साथमा खेल्दैछ
म चाहिँ तर दुइटै आफ्नो ठाउँमा राम्रो तर म चाहिँ एक्सट्रिम रोललाई चुज गर्छु किनकि आफू अन्डरमा खेले जस्तो फिल हुँदैन आफूलाई
ओके सो फ्रिडम छ भन्ने कुरा रह्यो बेसिकली एन्ड आफूले फिल्टर पनि रोल गर्ने भएपछि आइजिएलसँगको कनेक्सन बेटर हुनुपर्छ ओके मेक सेन्स अर्को क्वेसन म सोध्न चाहेँ हाई भोल्टेजकै टपिकमा आफू नयाँ जोइन गरेको त हो बट मलाई लाग्छ कि हाई भोल्टेजलाई मैले देखेको उनीहरूको फर्स्ट एभर कम्पिटेटिभ टुर्नामेन्टबाट हो अनि आजसम्म हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ अहिलेको करेन्ट रोस्टर मलाई सबसे बेस्ट लागिरहेको छ आफूले त्यो फिल गर्छ कि गर्दैन अथवा के भन्न सकिन्छ
त्यो लाग्नु त लाग्छ सबले भनिरहेकै हुन्छ जे राम्रै छ ब्यालेन्स टाइपको छ सबै कुराको
ओके सो हामी यो भन्न सकिन्छ कि हाई भोल्टेज टाइटलको लागि लड्छ त योपालि
टप 3 त मेन टार्गेट एरिया हो टाइटलको लागि त त्यही लड्ने हो
ओके सो योपालि अलिकति डिफ्रेन्ट देखिन्छ हाई भोल्टेज किन भन्दा मोस्ट अफ द सिजनमा हामीले मिड टेबलभन्दा माथि फिनिस देखिरहेको थिएनौँ जुन स्याड पार्ट थियो बट अहिले एकदमै राम्रो छ लाइनअपको कुरा गर्ने भाइब्सको पनि रेसेन्ट टुर्नामेन्ट एन्ड स्क्रिम्सको पनि फर्म हेर्ने एकदमै कडा देखिरहेको छ बट म कन्फ्युज यो कुरामा छु कि 4 जना प्लेयर को खेलाउँछ त भाइब्सले किन भन्दा कुनै पनि प्लेयर यस्तो छैन कि बेन्च राख्ने जस्तो
मोस्ट प्रोबेबली म जोकर जिगल विशाल हुन्छ मलाई तर पनि हामी रोटेसन वाइज चेन्ज सफल गर्दै खेल्छौँ
सो प्लेइङ 4 भनेर फिक्स छैन सफल चाहिँ एक्सपेक्ट गर्न सकिन्छ ओके मेक सेन्स कन्भर्सेसन म अलमोस्ट यही फिनिस गर्न चाहेँ बट म लास्टमा जाँदा एउटा कुरा सोध्न चाहेँ कि बोथ अफ द टिमबाट एक्ज्याक्ट र्याङ्क यति त हामी फिनिस गर्छ मिनिमम यति र्याङ्क भन्नु पर्यो भने पनि हुनसक्छ
भाइब्सको लागि टप सकेसम्म त जित्ने ट्राई गर्ने तर टप 5 सम्म चाहिँ
मिनिमम #5 एन्ड देन हाई भोल्टेजको लागि
त्यही हो टार्गेट त्यही हो टप 5
सो मिनिमम टप 5 चाहिँ बोथ अफ द टिमबाट चाहिँ एक्सपेक्ट गर्न सकिन्छ एन्ड बोथ अफ द प्लेयर्सहरू कहीँ न कहीँ म्याच पनि गर्छ रोल वाइज ओके वी विल सी दुईटा मध्येमा सबसे बेटर भर्जन को थियो दुईटैको लागि चाहिँ गुड लक फर द पिएमपीएल है त भाइब्स अनि एचबी यो दुईटा टिमको बीचमा प्रिभियस सिजनसँग चाहिँ कुनै कम्पेरिजन थिएन होला नो डाउट भाइब्स एउटा स्ट्रङ टिमको रूपमा रहेको थियो हुन त अहिले पनि स्ट्रङ टिम रहेको छ बट एचबीले करेन्टली जुन रोस्टर बनाएको छ उनीहरूको कम्पिटेटिभ इतिहासको सबसे बेस्ट रोस्टर छ जस्तो मलाई लाग्छ एन्ड क्लियर इन्डिकेसन पनि हामीले देखियो कि यो दुईटा टिमको बीचमा लडाई पनि हुनेवाला छ सँगसँगै बोथ अफ द टिम टाइटलको लागि पनि लड्नेवाला छन् दुईटा मध्येमा सबसे बेस्ट सपोर्ट प्लेयर को बनेर आउँछ त त्यो हामी टुर्नामेन्टमा थाहा पाइ नै हाल्छौँ हामी फेरि अर्को भिडियोमा भेट्नेछौँ
Each new era needs new champions. But to become one needs to rise to the challenges. Persevere through failures. one needs to fuel the inner fire. PMPL South Asia Spring 2022. The dawn of new champions.
Hello everyone, once again welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Spring Season of 2022, brought to you by the wonderful Oppo F21 Pro, ladies and gentlemen, which is finally out in the markets. So you guys can go grab yourselves the winner chicken dinner with the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, ladies and gentlemen, and joining me on the desk once again is my buddy, Mr. Sharma. How are you doing?
That's a long story, but then again, if we talk about what's gonna happen today, I would say that's gonna be a good story and a better story if you just have to have that conversation right now, because right off the bat, I did not get a good night's sleep yesterday because I was overthinking about the matches that are going to happen today, because yesterday it was a Nepali nomination for a change. So today we'll have to see if the Mongolians strike back or if not, because if the Empire strikes back, then I'm pretty sure that the dark side will have to understand what's happening, and then they might have to just go on all cylinders for themselves. So we'll see.
For all the young ones who did not understand those references, you have to go with Star Wars.
Star Wars, I'll tell you guys. I'll tell you. The righteous way to watch the movies are you watch the 4th part first, then the 5th part, then you go and watch 1, 2, 3, then you watch 6, and then 7, 8, 9.
I thought it would be 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, and then 7, 8, 9.
I mean, after 5, you get the backstory of Darth Vader. So 1, 2, 3 just comes around. So you get that backstory. Then you go to the 6th part where spoilers, Darth Vader just gets killed. So yeah, we'll just.
I mean, quite obvious since he's the bad guy in the movie. But talking about bad guys, we don't have bad guys over here because everyone is the hero of their own story that they're trying to write in the leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
And in order to become the hero and not become the villain, you have to go ahead and win. And talking about winning stuff, right now, the priority for a lot of teams is the $1,000 for the chicken dinner that are there. But we'll talk about that in a bit. Let's have a look at the format, ladies and gentlemen, because we have to remind you that this is the final Super Weekend. And also, not the entire thing left. Yesterday, day 1 was done. Today is day 2. So just today and tomorrow, 10 games left, Ocean.
Only 10 games. A Super Weekend 3 is upon us, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the second last day of the Super Weekend. Tomorrow is going to be the last one, and then the top 16 teams in the overall, which we'll see if they change or not, are going to be moving forward for the Pro League South Asia Finals. And well, right now for a few teams, it is the chance to go YOLO, to just go all in, to fire up on all cylinders, to maybe grab a hold of those $1,000 with every game moving forward. So today and tomorrow, it's of the utmost importance.
Yeah, definitely. The final 2 days, the final opportunity to win $1,000 by winning a game, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday, we saw the teams from South Asia stepping up quite nicely, securing a win in every single game, not allowing the Mongolian Titans to assert their dominance, as Ocean has been mentioning that they have been doing that for the previous 2 weeks. But this time, I think right before the finals, the South Asian teams are showing that they were prepared for this sort of a situation. And again, since there are 10 matches left, so the final $10,000 are going to be laid out with $1,000 per game being the prize for winning the match. And then once you move to the finals, then there's a different prize pool there, with the first position in the finals walking away with $10,000, the second getting $6,500, the third getting $5,000, and so on. And once again, a reminder that teams do have to also at the same time fight for the qualification in the SA Championship, where they will be joined by the teams from, well, the teams that qualify from PMPL Pakistan.
Yeah, that just, is going to look really, really good when the competition just comes forward. But then again, in that competition, in this competition, in every other region, we have one similarity, and that is the point structure for every team. Their points, well, their destiny definitely writes it as a chicken dinner gets you 15, second position gets you 12, third gets you 10. Also, moving forward, there's going to be this one slight hiccup for a team when they are in 13 to 16, as it gets you none, but one elimination gets you one. Depends on how many you have, you can earn more and more. Just like DRS yesterday, there was a game in which they got 14 elimination points and they were eliminated at 4th or 5th position. So think about the difference that they were just having for themselves. So yeah,
I mean, that's definitely going to be quite interesting to look at. Also looking at the situation in the overall rankings for a certain time. I mean, we did see IHC sort of struggle in second week, but now they're finally back, almost tying up with the lads from Stalwart Esports. And it's going to be quite interesting to see exactly what is going to happen at the end of this Super Week, because, again, a reminder that Stalwart Esports were, well, really far ahead from the rest of the competition for the first 1.5 weeks. Then first Seal Esports showed up, now it's IHC on their tails. And on the other end, ladies and gentlemen, Vibes Esports have been dropped down to the 5th spot from the 4th position that they held on to from the day one of, well, from the first week itself.
Yeah, but it's not that much of a difference, right? 338, 332 points, they can recover. Yesterday, T2K had a hat-trick chance. They had such a good day flowing for themselves, so that just looked incredibly good. Vibes in the last game as well, they just had that comeback for themselves. So yeah, that was just so good. But then again, Stalwart, now they have regained that 2nd position, but the question still remains: 10 games and 1st position. Can they or can they not?
Well, that's a pretty important question, and it's going to be quite exciting to see what is going to happen at the end of the day. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the next page of the overall rankings in front of us, and I don't want to say this, Ocean, but the top 16, it looks like it's pretty much settled down.
If
Dax
somehow
want to win like 3 chicken dinners
yeah,
back to back.
if Atrax, out of the 10 remaining games, if they manage to get 3 chicken dinners somehow, maybe they'll topple the top 16 in a big way. If, again, that is a big if. But as of now, if we look at the same way, yeah, top 16 definitely seems like it is done for. So everyone's just playing for those 1,000. That's 6,000. So yeah, $10,000 overall. So that's what they're going for.
I think it's the $1,000 that you keep on mentioning. They're going to be very important for teams like Dax, teams like A1 Esports.
Yeah.
Because again, they are very far behind in the overall rankings in terms of points, and the priority sort of shifts to, instead of qualifying for the finals, just try and secure as much money as you can while you have the opportunity to do so. Because I mean, you do get the attendance fee that is there, $2,500, I believe, for playing in the league stages, that is there for all the 20 teams that are participating right now. But failing to qualify for the final means you fail to compete for the extra additional money that is going to be there. But ladies and gentlemen, we have seen 2 teams in particular just sort of bring themselves back together, put themselves back together into the same form that we saw them in the season 4 of the PMPL. I know it's a little bit of a tongue twister, the statement that I just said, but you get what I'm trying to say. High Voltage and 7C Esports are the team that I'm talking about. High Voltage, they were struggling really, really badly in the first 2 weeks. But yesterday, we saw them sort of, well, first of all, get into the top 16, and now just looking to move up further, just try and qualify in a much better position.
All right, so here's the thing between the game styles, the difference of game style between 7C and High Voltage, right? You remember yesterday when 7C got 2 such amazing games, that out of which one was thrown away, right? You remember that first game? High Voltage capitalized on that game.
Yeah.
As Extreme got that win for the team, right? So it's all about how you make mistakes versus how you capitalize on those mistakes. And these 2 teams, with this comparison, it looks like a very prime example of that.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. But Can they keep this going? That's the thing, because I think you will agree with me on this that in the recent days, High Voltage and 7C Esports, both the teams have not been that consistent. And it is kind of a troublesome situation for them, but the matches that they played yesterday were very impressive. We saw them up against each other in that particular fight as well, where 7C Esports were the ones who came out on top. Even though Assassin tried his level best, I mean, it was a phenomenal assault from Assassin, but then in the final 1v1, he fell down. On Miramar as well, we saw High Voltage be, well, in a very decent position, but it's going to be very important to see where they end up their day. They were able to pick up the win in the first game yesterday. If you remember the... Do I call it a clutch? It was brought down to a 1v1 by the lad from IHC, but...
Yeah, Zeol actually just, did everything in that, and then it was like... it was given to High Voltage, though. But then again... whatever happened is now in the history books.
Yeah,
so everyone's definitely just gonna enjoy it, gonna love it. So
I mean,
that's
yesterday's play by Zeol is definitely going down in history as what you should not do in a 1v3 situation,
or what you should not do. It's for other teams. What you should not do if there's still a Mongolian surviving in the lobby.
If there is one player from the side of IHC, don't push. Finish him off first and then look somewhere else. I mean, that should be a checklist to close out the game,
they had so much time to take down those players. Both the players, in fact, Extreme as well, because there was one vehicle in the open. Extreme had his cover on the backside, but then Zeol was the one just gathering all the information and giving his information. So everyone started moving on his direction. Took down first, knocked down second, got taken out, but that confirmation, well, it happened.
Extreme was pretty much the uninvited guest to that party who just walked away with all that was left behind. And in this case, it was $1,000 for that game and the chicken dinner and the points that got High Voltage in the top 16. But ladies and gentlemen, yesterday's day was dominated by Train to Kill. And let's talk about their performance. Game 1, they finished. They were the first ones to be eliminated. No points from that. I think after that Train to Kill, they got very angry about their performance and they were like, all right, we got to step up. Next game, they win a chicken dinner. Third game, they win a chicken dinner. Fourth game, they finish in the third position. Fifth game, they also finished third. And all of this while getting a decent number of elimination points in every single match.
Oh, well, T2K, they had so many good games because of their good positions. In fact, especially yesterday. Yesterday, it was overall a Nepali domination, right? The South Asian domination, as we would like to call it, because all the games, for the first time in the entirety of the, what do you call it, right? PMPL, it was won by South Asian teams. Otherwise, there used to be days when the dominations used to shift on the other side. But then again, this time, things did change. And T2K, right off the bat, right? If you give them that leash, they would just want to just wrap it around you and will pressurize you in any way possible, and they'll just do anything.
I mean, they are willing to do anything and everything that they have to do to secure that money. It becomes very important for them. And Train to Kill, as we've been talking about their performance, you do see the seismograph in front of us of the matches that they played yesterday. And again, look at the consistency, like 20 plus points in most of the matches. The minimum they got was like 14 points. That was the minimum, and it's also very good average that they kept for themselves. But Train to Kill, they have to be consistent with this if they want to stand a chance to push towards where IHC is right now. Because even IHC have their bad moments. They have their bad games where they get eliminated with no points at all. And in those moments is where Train to Kill can capitalize. But they have to be consistent.
They definitely have to. And it's not just them, right? As of now, consistency comes down to a few teams, if not a lot, because... for Seal, their consistencies, they are playing good. They're at the first position. They don't need to worry about anything. But if Stalwart starts their own train of consistency, well, we know that trip is going to land them to the first position by any way, means, or form. That's one of the things. If IHC demands their consistency back again, they will topple Stalwart in the upcoming game, and that would be the second position getting secured. If T2K stays consistent, it's good. They would be at fourth. But if Vibes decides to be consistent right now, they will topple T2K. So there are so many kerfuffles happening in the top 5. That's one of the things. Then there comes another one. Deadeyes Guys, DRS, Skylightz. Like these three teams, they have their own own triple threat going on, one team over the other, one team over the other. That's one of the things. And then I was giving a slight lecture to Necro about the chaos theory yesterday, the butterfly effect, that how the arrival of one team can change everything. And yesterday it happened in Sanhok because Savage used to drop down to Paradise Resort. A1 Esports drops down to Paradise Resort. They wipe Savage out. T2K arrives there as well. They try to take up a fight against that team as well. So the arrival of one team can change a lot of things.
I mean, definitely, it's an external factor that you did not take into your calculations, and now you have to struggle because of that. I think that's what happens to most of the IGL majority of the teams when they get third-partied. But ladies and gentlemen, we did see the schedule in front of us, and I don't think you guys need to be reminded of this. It remains the same every single day. Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, and in the end, Erangel again. But talking about other things, as you mentioned, Skylightz Gaming, I'm having a hard time understanding what Skylightz Gaming is doing on Erangel. I mean, man, they are all over the map. They just drop wherever they feel like. Take fight with Venom Legends. 3 matches yesterday. They just forced a fight early game. One game they came out on top. One time Venom Legends disengaged, and the other time it was just an even trade between the two teams. So Skylightz Gaming, I feel like they're trying to protect themselves just for the league stages. Their intentions are, all right, let's just qualify. If we win some extra money, it's good. Otherwise, let's just focus on getting to the finals. And if they make it to the finals, I believe then Skylightz Gaming might just start going towards Jasnaya again.
Yeah, and I believe their major concern is not even Erangel at this moment, right? Their major concern is actually with different maps. The other maps that are played less in quantity, but they get you more weightage sometimes, right? Because it's kind of a momentum breaker. Erangel, Miramar, Erangel. Between two Erangels, there is a momentum breaker, that is Miramar. You might just be thinking you're rushing to a good place, you're taking a good fight, but then you can call it a high ground, but there would always be a higher ground as compared to you. From there would be one opponent that would just start shooting at you. That's one of the things. Then there comes another map, that is Sanhok, a map of snakes, the snake hawk, the healer, anything that you would just want to call it, that it helps you or your opponent sometimes.
I have a suggestion now. Like, there should be a new location introduced on Sanhok called the Snake's Den.
There is a cave.
Yeah, just rename it, I guess. Should we start calling it Snake's Den now?
Just think about it, right? That cave, I don't know if you'd call it a cave as well, but I would say it's a bat cave, if anything, right? Because it's kind of like, it has its own exit point, just like the bat cave has. And
but doesn't have any bats, ironically. But still, I mean, unless we see them soon, who knows? Ocean?
I don't know.
Are we going to see bats?
I don't know. Nope. No. Nada. None.
It's going to be fun, but yeah, we know it's going to be quite difficult to make that happen, especially for us, since we have nothing to do with the development of the game, contrary to what a lot of people might think.
Technically, we kind of do, if you remember.
Yeah, competitively.
So here's a backstory, ladies and boys and girls. Here's a backstory, ladies and boys and girls.
Well, Weekend is not there anymore.
There used to be a time in which the Miramar ruins area, right? We used to just criticize that. Like, why is the ruins area there? Like, there used to be just 4 buildings, and that too.
We weren't criticizing. It was proper roasting of ruins on Miramar.
We were criticizing ruins, so the devs just changed ruins altogether. But then again, if you talk about this movement right now, ladies and boys and girls, we are going to be starting off our day for today on this map of Erangel, and the flight path is going to be in front of us really soon as we talk about it. If we'll have to take a look, it looks like a southern-ish flight path with the Miltapar as its starting point, and then it's moving down to the backlands of Kakak, Query, Hospital. Those are going to be good areas. But then, if these areas are arriving, Johnny, my question, will Skylightz drop down there? Because right now Venom Legends is going on their own initial drop, that is Miltapar to Milta Factory.
Yeah, but Skylightz Gaming don't know that is Venom Legends dropping out early. I think they're probably going to be thinking that's either JyanMaara or someone else, or maybe Dax. But I think Skylightz Gaming, now this clears up the Gatka position for them. And we have always seen in the early days, if you remember when Venom Legends wasn't present, Ocean, that Skylightz Gaming, every single time they took control of Gatka, there was a slight chance of them colliding with the lads of IHC Esports if the circle would be towards the eastern side of the map. So I think that is something that's going to keep them worried. But in order for that to happen, the circle also needs to be towards the eastern side. And we still don't have the circle, so we're going to wait for that. But so far, with the way the plane's trajectory is laid out, I think majority of the teams, almost all of them, will be able to drop comfortably to their preferable drop spot. T2K, they will struggle a little heading towards the area, but look at that. Starting off, I think today is going to be a fun day. We have a hybrid circle in the start. And it's, well, not exactly a hybrid. It's completely centered on the military island.
Yeah. But
It's going to be a great day.
This is a finally military circle. 110%. Yesterday, the circle had its own minds, right? Shifting down, shifting up and all. But this time, this is going down. 100% it is going down. So that is going to be looking good. Seal, the players are in the military base area. Stalwart's on to the Nova Upno area. ElementriX, if we look at them, it looks like they're already taking a few vehicles and going to the military base already.
Well, let's see. This is going to be quite tricky. And A1 Esports, they have gone for a 2-2 split. They are also sending 2 players towards, well, quite close to the military bridge, but I don't think there's going to be an early collision between them and ElementriX. So since everyone has managed to drop quite safely, it's going to be hard to predict who's going to be the first one starting all the action. But 7C Esports following up on the lads of A1 Esports. I think that's the fight that's about to break out between 7C and A1 Esports. But for now, on our screens, ladies and gentlemen, we have the players of DAX, who this time have decided to drop quite close to Everest, the George Pole Hill, if you will. Kujor from the side of 7C Esports does see the players of A1 Esports crossing the Nova Repnoi bridge military bridge right in front of him, turns his vehicle around, and I think he's going to wait for his teammates to show up before he starts to think about an engagement from that position. It's going to be quite tricky to make it happen, but A1 Esports, now this is a very risky moment for A1 Esports. That 2-2 split with the early crossover, and especially considering ElementriX and Seal Esports are going to be waiting for them on the other side, it's going to be very difficult to survive if they lose the first 2 players who have crossed the bridge already.
Yeah. As of now, obviously, the game has just started, so everyone's surviving. Everyone's just, they have just started off their own momentum. We see Legend, age 20, longest distance elimination, 272, 53 total eliminations under his name. And then we have Suyog, age 19, 10006 is the total damage, longest distance, 313. Then we have Jane, 19, 72 eliminations, 15959 is the total damage by this individual with the longest distance elimination of 303. And right now we have 6-9, who is 16. All right, we're not going to talk about that right now. As Precious is down 7C, they're getting a big blow onto them. But then again, Rules need to survive, and he'll go for the finish 100%. Now, he might just be using that first aid on himself. But Ripson is going to throw up a good grenade. I don't know if that's going to be counting or not. As Killer's moving, and Ripson's grenade takes down 1 from DRS. He switched on to FPV. That is a good one. He will take the player down as well. Will go for the finish. DRS looks like they are in the complete control of this area.
On DRS, they're trying to go for this fight. Rules, he has been knocked out. Reaper bot going for the revive on him. They have secured 3 eliminations, but the 4th lad, he never showed up to this fight. And on the other side, ElementriX, as we did talk about them as well, taking a hit from Seal Esports, as Leo is going to find an opening. And we do have the map in front of us, so it's going to be quite interesting if we could have it on the main screen as well, ladies and gentlemen, for you guys to see that Skylightz Gaming have also made it to the military island early. Now, Ocean and Circle like these, we all know who the biggest threat is. It is Stalwart Esports. On Nova. Oh, Incas, get away from here. Too close to the players of Skylightz Gaming. Realizes it's going to not work out for him and starts to back off. ElementriX, they don't have any cover left. They're running around out in the open. Nima with the shots, AKM in his hands. No scope on the weapon, but still tries to go for it. Just out a little bit of damage on the opposition. Does not succeed, though.
Yeah, it does, does not. But then again, Skylight's players, they have such a good open area, in fact, for themselves, obviously. And then, you see players using gliders. Looks good.
I believe I can fly.
I believe I can touch the sky.
Yeah, moments like these do require a background song, I guess, background music. Or otherwise, I mean, Ocean, we can just pretend to be flight attendants and just be like,
Yeah, that is
I
true.
don't remember what what they say, but I mean, you know, the thing about emergency exits being towards the left and the right, and yeah, Rafati not a good
Has
pilot, man.
anyone does anyone remember the cartoon known as Tailspin?
No,
So
I don't.
So there used to be a really good cartoon in 90s, and the name was Tailspin. In that, there used to be a glider with a
Oh,
bear. Like a bear
yeah,
used to just,
I
ride
remember
that
now.
glider. Used to just save things and
Yep,
all
yep.
those things. Like that used to be such a good cartoon. I love it. I
I
still
used
would
to
want
watch
to
it
watch.
in Hindi when I was a kid. It was very nice. But we'll talk about that later. Talking about other nice things, but look at Venom Legends. Rafat, he might not be able to work the glider properly, but what he can do is just try his level best to take down the players of JyanMaara. Who is driving that boat? It's the other two players from Venom Legends who have arrived, ladies and gentlemen, in this yellow rubber ducky boat. And even though it looks quite cute, it can be deadly with the players inside it. Dictator and Steel Shot being present. I wonder why they're not stopping out in the open, just trying to pick off the lads from JyanMaara, and instead have decided to move towards the shorelines. Gunner taking a few hits, is going to be down to around 50 HP, but JyanMaara still surviving.
As of now, yes, they are surviving. A few shots did connect, but not a lot. Gunner is on low HP. No fear. All right, he gets a few shots on him. Gunner, he goes down. That's the first fish in the net. No fear. I mean, it's like, Johnny, no one's just coming out. And that's just one of the things. Skylight's players, meanwhile, they are just trying to rotate. A1 Esports' players have just spotted them down. Venom Legends Dictator is trying, but all right, they do confirm Gunner. No fears on one side, Snipe on the other, Suzanne on the other as well. And you see one snowman crate, that M4 Glacier. And right now, no fear. If he peeks out, if someone peeks out, they would want to just go for it. And look at that Godzilla just going with its nuclear breath.
Well, let's see.
Look at that nuclear breath.
I mean, see, if it was bigger, it would be scary, but since it's very small, it looks very cute.
Yeah. It's just like, I don't know how do we say it, but then again, all right, the circle shifting. And it goes south. Oh, oh my god. PMGC finals, the first zone, it looks like the exact same circle.
Yep.
And in that, Stalwart got a chicken dinner. Look at Stalwart's split, talking about Stalwart, right? 2 players are on the bridge, 2 players are on the military base.
Oh, this is going to be quite interesting to see how Stalwart Esports are going to play this out. And look at this, Cry and Pika have finally started to move towards, I believe they're going for the airdrop, not their teammates. On the other side, though, Deadeyes Guys have gone for a super wide rotation. A1 Esports running away, not away, but running out in the open with the lads of ElementriX. A little bit of a ceasefire between the squads since everyone is just busy driving right now. Pika just leaving his mate behind. He has to run after him. The Groza is going to be picked up as well. Extended quick draw mag for the snipers. And then there's a level 3 kit with the vest, the backpack, and the helmet.
Groza, the untamed beast. The weapon that is not to be wielded by any mere mortal. Just because you know how that weapon is, right? The recoil that the weapon just provides. And the damage that the weapon just provides is just so good. And right now, it's just lying down a random airdrop at some random place of which no one might just be knowing, because then again, we know what's in that drop. For a few players, it's like, what if we find an AUG? We would not want to use it. Or something like that.
Yeah. And for the other lads, it's like, let's wait around it. Let's see if someone shows up and pick them off. That has also happened quite a lot in the past. Nowadays, I think players have mutually agreed, like, yeah, it's too much of a risk. If it's close enough, we'll go get it. If it's quite far away, there's no point. Just repositioning yourself. Look at that. Aku George still present now. He's forced to hide inside that shack because he is surrounded by a lot of different teams. On the other side, Venom Legend, the players are waiting on those ridges, trying to see exactly where they want to go. But Deadeyes Guys, Chari pushing forward, pushing towards the direction of the players of Seal Esports. and it's going to be quite tricky for him to try and close out this fight all by himself. His teammates from the distance, they need to find at least 2 knocks for Chari's position to be of an actual value to them. But while they're thinking about this, Esports have gone for a rotation and in fact have started the fight already, as Shifu from the side of Deadeyes Guys is going to be dropped by Wally. Now Baron, he sees Chari's position and the nade is going to be lined up by Baron, goes for a toss. Will they set quite close but off the mark just a little bit. Chari managing to survive. Smoke being laid out by True Love, and Demo and Leo, they try to regroup as well, as Wally is finally going to be traded out, but Leo is going to be taken out as well by Rafat. Now Dictator in the backlines can actually change a lot of things in this fight, make it completely one-sided in the favor of Deadeyes Guys. And Ocean, there's a possibility that we could see Esports be the first team eliminated from this match.
And if that happens, I mean, Stalwart might just have a clear cut for themselves to move forward slowly and steadily, or maybe IHC will see what happens. But Deadeyes Guys looks like they are trying to go for a good pressure. It's an edge, a cliff where the fight is happening, right? So Seal, they have only one location to go. And it looks like they are still going. So maybe they don't want a part of this fight, but then again, they need to. They need to revive Leo. Come whatever happens, they need that revival to happen. On the other side, A1 Esports is in the dead smack center of the circle with ElementriX on its sidelines. Atrax on the southern side. Skylightz is inside the circle, but then that sudden fight that was happening, it's still there. Venom Legends, the players are moving inside the zone with the vehicles. Stalwart understands it, and they have their own vehicles as well. 7C's player on that northern side, but then again, they'll have to understand. And look at this. IHC, for the first time, I'm seeing them rotate so slow that they are still in the blue.
Well, let's see. I mean, it's going to be quite interesting to see what IHC have in their minds. And again, the team has played with a slow rotation timing the entire time they have been playing in this PMPL. So I don't think they're going to be too worried about just being a little bit late to the circle, but crossing the bridge is definitely going to be a big challenge for them. All right, it's not going to be a challenge. The bridge has been left quite empty. And look at that T2K. It looks like they're going to be the world of trouble, as they have also lost one of their players. Orange is trying to close the distance between him and his teammates, just trying to get into a better position from where they might just be able to take a fight against the players of Venom Legends.
Play zone, aka Vibes right now. They got one of their confirmation for themselves. So, yeah, and Prabin, oh, he goes down, but look at Arshi. He actually managed to stay alive from that grenade. Wadu's just out there. He gets a few damage pointers with that grenade, but then again, Wadu will be taken down as he was out, and Eisenberg with his M4 just, goes down with the favor. Savage just confirming that elimination for themselves. This fight in the third circle, third to fourth shift, is still happening outside the zone in high voltage. I don't think so they'll have anywhere to go now.
Oh, but look at this. Quite unfortunate, as Skylightz Gaming have just been wiped out by the players of Dax. Now, this is something that we thought we weren't ever going to see, but it has happened. And look at this. Sanchir also looking to push. Doesn't realize there's 2 of them right in front of him. Instantly, oh my god, just puts his weapon on his back and starts running outside the house towards his teammate like, protect me, buddy, save me. It was a bad decision. But Eisenberg is here, so have no fear. But Prabin and Extreme, they're stuck in that house. And one after the other, utility is being lobbed in that direction. Prabin might just be going down, but no managed to survive. It's the early blue zone damage, so it's not enough. The boosters are going to be enough to keep the players healthy.
Oh, high voltage is on. They need to find their fuse. I'm telling you. If anything. Extreme and Prabin, 2 players surviving. They understand it. It's just the stairs that they have for themselves as a potential cover. Maybe Eisenberg with that last first aid as nothing else. It's not just one team that's suffering. It's the other one as well, because the players... The circle's coming in. Oh, Deadeyes Guys follow up. And now it's high voltage that might just be the next one to go down. But then again, Johnny, think about it, right? Eisenberg has no first aids. He has nothing. He will go for a suicide push. He takes down one. The grenade does it. And now he's moving for the next one. He spots the other one as well. Probably, maybe not. But then again, the finish happens. But now Eisenberg needs to heal. He needs to heal. He doesn't have anything. He needs to heal as well. He needs to survive. He's looking for the first aids on the other side. And now Seal Dem alright takes one down. But Snipe with his own grenade takes his own self down.
Well, a little bit of a mistake right there. Yeah, a lot is happening. I mean, this game is absolutely nuts because we have seen three of the biggest teams that we expected to do well today, already getting taken out of the pitch and not even standing a chance. I mean, talk about Skylightz Gaming, Deadeyes Guys, High Voltage. JyanMaara have been forced out as well. And Stalwart Esports just coexisting with the players of DRS in the military base. What am I seeing in front of me?
Yeah.
Killer YT, start killing the lads in front of you.
Go for your name, man.
Yeah.
I mean, eliminate a YT or like what, but then again, right now Delta understands. Delta with the 2x. I mean, his name has 2 X's. That's what I was saying.
I
2X.
miss Delta.
Yeah, Delta. But then again, Delta with the 2x. Just out here with a good grenade. Stalwart's on the other side. This is a fight to look out for. A good grenade takes down top. Train to kills out. But then again, the headline's going to read that the fight happened in the military base C building, and action's coming up as well for that. He's cooking his own grenade, but I guess he needs to be careful because he needs to catch this one on him. But look at that. Both of them getting saved up by those grenades. Top needs to get that revival on for himself. He's getting revived action. He gets that understanding. He's going for that FPP switch. Look at him. Look at him burning. Look at him burning out right now, but he doesn't care. Action's grenade takes down one. DRS is in a whole world of trouble right now.
Oh, he's going to get one more.
Yeah, Pegasus throwing his own grenades, and there it is. One more confirmation coming up. Grenadier attack coming on action as well, and Pegasus moving from one side, action on the other, and there it is. DRS, they're out. They are done for. Oh my God! Stalwart! We were missing this.
I mean, definitely, we were missing this Stalwart Esports. That was a perfect execution on the 4v4 in the Sue building. Yeah, exactly. No weapons used unnecessarily. The utility usage was perfect, and the timing of when and how the utilities were being placed was also very perfect. Earlier on, as you saw, action close to the center stairs, just being an absolute nuisance, allowing Pika to move quite freely on the ground floor and just baiting the players of DRS in front of their faces. Brilliant playmaking by Stalwart Esports in that fight. But let's have a look at the replay and see what happened to the players of Skylightz Gaming. It looks like they were all taken out in the open. What?
Oh my God, Atrax did that?
Ante did that, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Ante is just a phenomenal player, and he just, showcased that for himself. It's all just, incredible the way it's happening. But then again, Mr. Yozo gets taken out. Pick up with that M16. He's using an M16. For God's sake, he's using an M16, and he's just wreaking chaos, wreaking havoc on the players wherever he sees anyone.
Well, let's see.
A dedicated bolt action player just using an M16 right now to just go for those
What?
ranges. Oh, I see. All right, there it is. One more confirmation just happening, and Vibes is out.
I think IC just got mad because he was being ignored. He's like, hey, where are you shooting? I'm right next to you. Like, stop focusing, Zol. Look at me. And then just Vibes were done. It was too late for them. But let's see. I mean, Dax, they have a pretty strong momentum in this match, securing 6 eliminations already. Esports on the other side, they have 5 eliminations as well, but they have lost 2 players. So it's not going to be easy for them to close out this match. A1 Esports, they do see the lads of Venom Esports, Venom Legends rotate, and Spike is going to be pushed upon and finished off in an instant. Steel Shot and Dictator working in tandem to find that pick for their team. So Dax have also lost one of their own teammates, comrades being taken out. Now, Esports, Demo, and Baron, they have to cross the road, but it's not going to be easy. And for the players of Dax, they have to move towards the circle as well.
Atrax, I mean, they can make their rush, but for Seal, it's going to be really difficult. I mean, they have to go against Atrax if they want to. And look at these, the players. They are trying. They don't have that much numbers for themselves. Atrax on the other side. Savage is coming as well. You see them in that distance. Atrax, the players are trying to find someone if they can, and I guess they are going to go for those confirmations of Seal. Baron has been spotted on, but Ante, oh, he looks in a different direction just at the nick of the time. Now he has to make a run for his own self. He has his teammates, he has his players, he has that cover for himself, but then again, he does not have the circle. That's one of the things. So they'll have to make up a move. But ElementriX, oh, the old ones are coming in to take up a fight as Orangey takes down multiple players. Shanti is coming up here as well. ElementriX, well, the Tigers are coming in, and this time it's Shanti taking one man down. Will go for the finish. Orangey hit a try, but then Shanti is the last one remaining now.
Well, let's see. Chante, the last player surviving for his team. As you mentioned, quite a big struggle in front of him as he has to push for the zone and out in the open as well. It's going to be so difficult. A lot of shots being fired in his direction, but Venom Legends, they have laid out a trap as well. A1 Esports Sinister on our screens right now, just keeping an eye on the players of Seal Esports. Sees Baron, I believe, just over the ridge, or a few pixels of his helmet over the ridge, but decides to not waste his time attempting to shoot him down. Ale is the one who's trying to make it happen, but he does not really have an angle to go for the pick, and Baron just goes behind the ridge now. Repositioning himself, taking damage from the blue and the bullets, and it's the zone that gets the knock. Someone will have to go out in the open to secure his point, otherwise it's gone. And it's going to be Stalwart Esports to get it. Wow.
Oh, look at that. And now I guess Venom Legends have been spotted on by the players of IHCs, and it's none other than Godless himself. He would want to go for it. Venom Legends' players are trying as well as they are going for it, but well, was it action? Yes, it was action. Who gets that confirmation? 7 Cs. Akujor is in the circle, in the center. Venom Legends on one side, and every team has to make a rush for it. By the looks of it, IHC, well, no doubt they're outside the circle, but they have such a brilliant positioning that they can make a rush straight inside the circle. We'll see if that happens or not. But right now, the zone, there are still 17 seconds, and they have their eyes on Venom Legends. Oh, this is going to be incredible. This is going to be impressive. IC is making his rush. He's making his move. He's going with the smokes right now. And look at this position as well as IHC's players are going down. It's Venom Legends!
Wow. I mean, Venom Legends, they have found a few more openings, but can they hold on to this till the end of the game? IHC were in a trouble for a few seconds, but now the revives have been successfully completed, and they are looking to close towards the zone. IC and Godless, sorry, going for a tandem push towards Incus, the last player left standing from the side of ElementriX. They have spotted him out and pinned him down in that watchtower, but can they finish him off and secure the easy rotation through the smokes, get inside the circle, and also clear out this position for their team? The pre-fires are going to happen, but IC getting taken out. Incus is still there. Godless cleaning things up with a UMP at point blank range, but Venom Legends, they might just be able to just put up a lot of pressure on the players of IHC again, but they have to be careful. A1 Esports in their backs from the rear can also just sandwich Venom Legends.
Action takes down Akujor, just putting an end to the mystery of 7C as he was the last one surviving. And now we have 15 players remaining. And if you have a look at it, right, IHC with those 10 elimination points, it's a different IHC that we are seeing, that we are experiencing, and they have all the players surviving. Alex was taken down, but he got revived in just a nick of second. And now we have Stalwart as well, IHC, Seal, Savage, so many Mongolian teams surviving, and amongst that, it's A1 Esports and Venom Legends for South Asia.
Let's see.
Oh,
A1 Esports and Venom Legends, as he said. Scry is going to be taken out as well. Top on his knees. Venom Legends doing a wonderful job just dealing with the players of Stalwart Esports for now, but Alex from the IHC side is going to be spotted out as well, and stuck out in the open is going to be knocked out by Ale and his DP. Going for the finish, IHC, they're going to be pinned out 6-9. He knows exactly where they are after Alex. I think the rest of the team is not going to be able to survive easily, as they are going to be stuck in a very difficult position. Action is going to be right behind them as well. A1 Esports and Venom Legends, they have straight line shooting angles available to them, so it's not going to be too difficult for them to come out on top on this fight. But look at that, the circle shifts. Oh my goodness.
That's the zone. Now it's IHC circle. It's Stalwart circle. Look at IHC's IC. If I'm not wrong, he's making a rush to a higher ground in that zone. That's such a good thing. But he, I guess, has been spotted down. And Sinister's trying to pressurize Pika in all these situations. Top has been taken out. Pika might just be the next one to follow up. A1 Esports is just doing good. But then again, they need to understand that they need to go for that revive. But IC! Oh, that was the most important position, and that position has been compromised. But I guess IHC's players are moving forward. But what is that? Is that a wrong decision? We never know. We might just know it right now. Action. He's just out there. Godless with his own grenades. This is the fight we'd want to see. Godless versus Action. The battle of the gods of this game is upon us with a few grenades. They're starting it off. He has one more probably. All right, it's a Molotov. He will go for that for a splash damage. But then again, he has an MG3 after that if he wants just to go for it. And the zone's coming. A1 Esports has to move forward. Stalwart has to move forward. Venom Legends is Elibu and Dictator. They are just in that cemetery area. Pika on one side, but the zone, that blue circle of death, it is arriving. They have to give everything that they have for themselves in order to take down the players. But look at that. If you go for a peek, you will never be able to in this map again. And that's how the cookie crumbles. Pika, he has 2 eliminations, has 40 bullets, is spotting down the players. But then again, getting inside the circle is going to be one of the most important things. And now it is Venom Legends versus Stalwart versus IHC, and Pika with a few good grenades. Oh, he does it. Yes, he does. He takes 1 man down. He takes another one down. He takes another one down. A brilliant 1v3 coming up from Pika in the final zones. And now Stalwart's Pika is the last one surviving. But IHC, you know what their previous name was? It was Zeus. That is the god. And they are playing like the gods of this game as they get a brilliant winner chicken dinner.
Wow, I mean, talk about the quiet before the storm. The gods of thunder have arrived once again, ladies and gentlemen, on the stage of the PMPL, and they brought themselves to the 2nd position in the overall leaderboard. Ocean, that final fight between Stalwart Esports and IHC, it was to figure out who was going to be second, because both of them had pretty decent number of eliminations. I believe IHC, before that final fight, they were sitting at 10, and Stalwart Esports was sitting at 9. But still, IHC, those extra points for the chicken dinner. And also, let's not forget the $1,000 that Stalwart Esports just missed out on are going to be beneficial to the players of IHC. But props to the players of Venom Legends as well. They had a brilliant match. They did so well in this game.
Johnny, one of the finest final circles is what we have seen in the entire tournament. One, I would say my personal favorite final circles in the PMPL so far, personally, because you see so many good teams struggling with the zone, still trying to make it inside the circle. So many good communication, errors being done by so many flawless players, phenomenal players. A 1v3 coming up from Stalwart's players at the end, and then it's like the show was not over, the job was not done. So there was so many players just wrapping around, and IHC, what a brilliant way to just end things up with such a good composure. We saw an aggressive IHC, we saw the old hint of IHC, but with a hint of composure as well. And this was just a brilliant example of how these players have been there, and they have been in top 3 in the PMGC season 0.
And to be fair, though, I have to say, IHC, they got lucky in the very end when the circle just moved quite close to them. Otherwise, it looked like they were trying to push towards the compounds, the small little factories that are there where Venom Legends were holding their ground. And if the circle was towards the southern side, then IHC would have been in trouble. But hey, I mean, it is what it is, right? But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very short break. So stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
Well, ladies and boys and girls, here we are And this is the MVP of the previous game, just like we were having the conversation. 5 eliminations, 912 damage, 25 plus minutes of survival time. In fact, 25 and a half minutes of survival time. 2 assists, 4 knocks, and we know this player, right? We know his capabilities. Action, just doing action things, just doing pretty good for himself and for the competition. For just the awesomeness of what he just likes to go for, and I mean. It was supposed to happen, Johnny. We know that, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was supposed to happen. When action is there, he's in form. Also, the circle is on the military island. I mean, there's nothing stopping Stalwart Esports from securing those elimination points. But now look at this. Action is going to be followed up by his own teammate Pika with 5 eliminations, 883 damage dished out. Dictator is going to be there from the side of Venom Legends as well. As we mentioned earlier, Venom Legends, they had a phenomenal run in this particular matchup at least. Let's see how the rest of the day is going to go for them. Esports, they're going to be there on the 4th position with 4 eliminations and 664 damage just out from Baron. And then Godless sitting on the 5th position with 4 eliminations and 457 damage.
Yeah, just doing really good. And now obviously we're going to be looking up at the stat differences. And this is a TDM that I want to see as well, right? When we talk about the TDM, IHC versus Stalwart, this is something I would want to see. I would want to just witness it. Look at this, 12 eliminations from both the sides. But look at the damage dealt difference, right? 1362, 2197. That's a big, massive difference of 700, 800 damage points for the same amount of eliminations, and well, for a similar-ish average survival time. I love it. I love it.
Well, definitely, and I mean it's going to be very exciting as well, as you mentioned. If we the TDM that's going to happen, and I think even in this time, the only reason IHC have sort of a less damage taken is because of the fact that they rotated in a little bit too late. So by the time they were part of the action, majority of the teams were already stuck in those 4v4 team fights towards the military base, and IHC had a pretty easy time just picking off a few extra eliminations for free. But looking at the match summary, ladies and gentlemen, do you see something? It's all red.
Oh my god. It's all action, it's all scry, it's all Pika.
Yeah.
Just coming up. And well, they are on top. That's the wordplay that, because top is not here. He's just missing out on the action. But then again, 5 eliminations coming up from action side. That is like, that makes him reach his triple-digit marker in terms of eliminations. 100+ eliminations for action. Think about it, right? Pika with 5 of his own, Godless with 4, Alex with 4. I mean, this is a Mongolian domination coming up here. In highest damage, we see Dictator there. That's really, really good. But then again, if you talk about this game's rankings, you see 27, 24. Obviously, same eliminations. Only the point difference was the placement points. That's the one that we see. Venom Legends did really good, really commendable. 18 points for them. That's just incredible. Savage is there. Seal is there. And, well, it did happen. But then again, in an incredibly weird turn of events, we see high voltage, Deadeyes Guys, Skylightz not securing any points.
Yeah, I mean, quite unfortunate for them. And again, I think, Ocean, I have a question for you. We saw a lot of teams make the decision to cross over to the military island early. Now, personally, I feel like that was majority of the reason we saw 7C Esports also start to struggle. A1 Esports, well, they held their stronghold for quite a long time, but then rotations became quite easy. If you weren't already in the center of the circle, it was very difficult to move around. What do you think should have been the game plan? A water rotation this time around, or just rotate in a little bit late, just like IHC did?
See, yes. IHC surprisingly rotated extremely late time, and that just helped them really good. Because if you think about it in that sense, right? If the understanding happens, you must be understanding the way JyanMaara tried the water rotation.
Yeah,
did not work out. So that's the thing. We'll have a look at that in the open moments as well, just like we're talking about the rotations and the fights as all were happening. So yeah, IHC, I don't know, this was a very controlled IHC because they rotated extremely slow. They were taking damage of the blue. Then it was like, they're trying to understand the pattern of the zone or something, because after that, the circle was on them. And then they got a brilliant chicken dinner. But think about this, right? This was the initial fight that happened. And 7C's players, again, this was a standard communication error that happened. A few players ran away. A few players were there. I just don't know.
Well, I mean, it was quite quite chaotic as well. And as you mentioned, JyanMaara and their rotation, their water rotation not working out. I think they were just unfortunate in the fact that Venom Legends had rotated in early before them, and even Venom Legends just went for a 2-2 split in that early rotation. But still, having two players on the shoreline is going to be more beneficial than having no players on the shoreline. And with the board being blown up, JyanMaara was just forced to take the river, the ocean, if you will. But T2K now, look at this, just Godless being an annihilator at that point, just destroying the players, not allowing them to cross over to the military island at all.
The way these players just, played, in fact, it was just an incredible game coming up for these players overall. And right now, this was the final moment, right, in which Action took down a few players, but then we'll see that Pika moment as well in a while. Just, him taking down multiple players, if I'm not wrong. Yes, look at this. Takes down one. This was just a different one. He just, goes for the peak of his entire body that everyone could just, see it. And then it was like, yeah, I'll go for it. And he went for that.
Yeah. I mean, the intentions were made pretty clear since the beginning, but look at this, Stalwart Esports.
Yeah.
I think they're going to be quite upset about missing out on the chicken dinner more than I thought.
I mean, they are just going to be enjoying it though, the way they have just made their points for themselves. But then again, JyanMaara, no elimination, no damage, no elimination coming up for them. Skylightz with only 118. Well, this is not like the Skylightz, the one that went after qualifying with PMGC points. You see the difference, right? That there's a huge difference.
Yeah, I mean, there is a massive difference. And this time, Ocean, although another interesting case is going to be the fact that we have a lot of teams finishing off with 0 eliminations. And also, I mean, a lot of them just like not being able to dish out the damage. I mean, the crossing situation was very brutal on a lot of the teams inside the lobby. And looking at the overall rankings right now, as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, Atrax Esports have gotten the first position, but only because of the 3 extra points they got for the chicken dinner.
And these 3 points, it's not all about that, right? If in the next game they perform incredibly well again, they might just be closing in on Seal more and more, right? And if they close in on Seal more and more, by the end of the day, they would want to surpass Seal. And this is what I guess they'd want to just go for. And looking at top 3, it definitely looks like it's the competition just stays between these teams only. Now it's going to be Stalwart's turn to get 200 eliminations, 200 placement points, etc., etc. Now they would want to go for it, and then on their answer, Seal's going to go for it. Then on their answer, IHC is going to go for it. It's just happening in between these 3 teams, and then after 388, you see a difference of 339.
Well. I mean, the difference is clearly there. 388, 339. I think Vibes Esports, with the performance they have delivered, or in fact the lack of performance that was there from the side of T2K in this particular game, Vibes have gotten themselves in an opportunity from where they can again secure the 4th spot for themselves. But look at this now. I mean, Dax slowly moving up to the 18th position, and High Voltage Sticks, they are still stuck on 117. With 9 games to go, Ocean, the jump from 81 to 117, it doesn't look too difficult. I think if Dax play their cards right, they can just do it in the next 3 matches.
Exactly. And Dax, they had such a decent game in this one.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if the cards are played in the righteous way, they can just be there. And this one, the upcoming one, it is going to be Miramar. We know how important Miramar is going to be for these teams. Again, Miramar, only one Miramar gets played. Sanhok, only one Sanhok gets played every day. So these are the off maps, the momentum breaking maps, so all these things. So we'll see what happens in these maps, to be honest, because again, these are very important.
I mean, these off maps, as you mentioned, they are going to be important because why we talked about when we started our day. These off maps is where majority of the teams are also going to be off their game, and it's the best opportunity for you to capitalize and secure an extra bunch of points for yourselves in the overall rankings. Now, which are the teams which will look to capitalize and, in fact, secure those points? We'll find out at the end of the game. But for now, Ocean, who do you think is has the highest possibility of making their mark in this particular Miramar, getting the chicken dinner and the $1,000? Anyone apart from Stalwart Esports? Because I know you like them quite a lot.
I had my own team on my mind, and I believe it's going to be Skylightz.
Skylightz Gaming, are you sure? Are you sure about this?
Or vibes. 1 out of 2.
All right, Skylightz Gaming's a vibe. Ladies and gentlemen, the viewers right now, chat, I'm asking you, clip this. If this doesn't win, we're going to make something out of it. But still, I think Skylightz Gaming, they need to step up. I mean, even in the last match, the early exit was quite brutal upon them. And I think I'm just waiting for the finals because I know in the finals for sure, Skylightz Gaming, they will do well. I think their intentions are pretty clear. Just qualify for the finals right now. They aren't even thinking about like finishing in the top 3 or the top 4. They're just like chilling at this point.
I mean, that's just happening from those players. But then again,
Yeah,
we'll see what happens in this one because we are starting off with the map of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We are going up on this journey on this desert lands of Miramar as a flight path is going to be in front of us really, really soon. And talking about the flight path, we see the biggest city of the entire PUBG Mobile. Underneath us, that is the city of Los Leones. Moving down to El Pozo is the flight path. So let's see what happens in this game.
well, let's see what is going to happen. The plane path leading heavily towards the western part of the map and the southern side. So any teams looking to head towards the northeastern side of the map, they're going to be in a world of hurt, but that hasn't been the case in this lobby this time. I think the biggest cluster we see on Miramar is towards the Hacienda del Patron San Martin collision, where we have the lads from Stalwart Esports, DRS landing in quite close quarter situation. But they are pretty good neighbors to each other. We haven't seen them fight early so far.
Yeah. We haven't just seen them fight that early so far. But then again, we'll see. Maybe today, right now, in a while. For a change, though, the fights have happened already. I do believe you're going to see one elimination already happening. I do believe we might just see one elimination number just coming up. And a standard zone flight path relationship still works. So, yeah.
I mean, this has to be not a good relationship, to be honest. It's like always completely opposite of where the flight path is going to be. And all right, so quite a few interesting things are happening right now. First of all, JyanMaara with the lads of A1 Esports and CD Esports, and then 7C Esports and Venom Legends. This is what I want to talk about. Akujot finding the third. Venom Legends! Oh my god, This is an instant wipeout. 3 players getting finished off within the first, not even 3 minutes. It's been 2 minutes.
What?
Talk about blunders, man. That has to be the biggest one I've seen in my, 3 years of casting. No, we have seen bigger ones.
Oh my god. What?
Ocean is still in shock.
My little tiny brain cannot process that much information in such a less time. You saw. We'll see that again now. Come on. All right. So this was the first one that happened. It was A1 Esports. Oh my god. It was A1 Esports just now going down. But we are not here to see this. We're here to see this, and this, and this.
This and this. I mean, it's a
Oh
good
my
thing Dictator landed quite far away from his teammate, realizing they were making a mistake going for that bike. Oh man, that's a very expensive bike.
For Venom Legends, this game started and it started as a squad game for them, and now they are playing a solo game now. I mean, one of the players is playing a solo game. I mean, see,
Solo versus squads.
yeah,
Good
this can
practice.
happen to anyone. I'm telling you one thing. This can happen to anyone. But it feels very bad when this happens.
It doesn't feel bad. It just feels sad when it happens. I mean, but yeah, as you said, I mean, it can happen by anyone. Could have been any team. I mean, I expected another fight to break out between A1 Esports, JyanMaara, and CD Esports, but the position towards Los Leones is not as open as it is towards Impala. So, Venom Legends getting the shorter end of the stick this time. And let's see if Dictator will be able to survive. Because if you remember correctly, a few days earlier, we have seen Deadeyes Guys also sort of in a similar position on Erangel, where it was just one last player left from their team, and in the very end, that man got his team the 10 points for the placement at least.
Yeah.
If Dictator can pull the same thing off, then it's going to be fine. Otherwise, Venom Legends, their match is pretty much done.
Well, as of now, Vibes players are just trying to find decent loot for themselves. They have such a good area. I mean, I love this, right? Picaro it's such a brilliant area. You have so many places to play around from. You have so many angles to just hold. You have so many buildings, the double hotel buildings plus the 5-story, everything. It's just really really good. 7C Memo. He was just spotted down by Rules. The information has been relayed that yes, someone's going, but I'm pretty sure Rules, first things first, he won't spray. He has an AKM, he has a red dot, accuracy, it would just, not be enough. Second thing, all he can do is just, give some information, because he might just be wondering what if someone else is coming from the same side, so he would want to get that elimination for himself.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I mean, but let's see what the actual intentions of the teams and the individuals are going to be like. So far, once again, ladies and gentlemen, since it's Miramar, we saw the early fight happen. We enjoyed it, but now the game is going to go down to its quiet phase that is going to be there, and we're not going to see any more action till, I believe, for the next 10 minutes. But let's see. We can always be hopeful for some unnecessary squad fights, as ElementriX are, in fact, quite close to the players of Stalwart Esports. Although on our screens, we do see the man Memo from 7C take a few shots on the lads of Skylightz Esports, realizes there that his teammates, his opposition's teammates, are right in front of him on the same road, and they can shoot at him as well. So he gets out of the way. Aku Jord heading towards Memo, so that there's going to be a little bit of a support available for the lad. And Demo, along with Leo, they're looking to engage, but they do not see anything right now. They hear the vehicles over the ridges, and the sound seems to be, well, it was fading out for a second, but now 7C Esports, they have arrived. Let's see who's going to win this fight, though.
Let's see, what's going to happen and how are they going to go for that fight for themselves. Leo is going to just, use that M16 though, but he misses on a few shots. Shifu sir with that M24, we have seen him use it. We have seen him use it in a brilliant fashion, but I love it, right? His combination. It's an M24, and then it's a UMP. UMP comes up really good in those extreme, short ranges and those movements and all. And then there's M24 for extremely long ranges. 7C Ripson is just spotted down, but I guess he got the memo. I mean, Memo came close to him, but then again, Memo just moves away from him. And now it seals his players. It's responsibility to take down the players. Ooh. And now look at this. Train to kill Jane. He's just here. And Deadeyes Guys just around the corner. But then we see a glimpse of Legend, just like a climatic, the climactic role that he can play in this fight. So we'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. Jane, Legend behind him, Chari and True Love. Do they know there's an opponent waiting for them in those compounds in front of him? Fragboy has joined them as well. So they will have the numbers advantage pushing forward, but it's not going to be easy push. It is the man, G.I. Jane, as we like to call him. We have been calling him that for 2 years, by the way.
Yeah.
Anyone who has different ideas, we did it first. We were there first, but it's not a race, though.
No one's keeping a score, but then we did it. But then again, look at this. We said it. Legend's going to be the one to just, change the pace. And Legend does it. Trust me, the future is just right here. And now Legend's moving forward as he actually tries and understand where the other players is. And he just spots one more out. He gets himself to a safety cushion as his players are arriving. True Love's down. He's going to go for a nade. He's going to go for that cook. And now he's just going to throw it. There it is. But I guess the nade just overshoots and he's missing out on the player. Where is he? Oh, Legend goes down. But Shorty gets traded out. Legend will get that revive. And True Love, he might just be giving a call to his teammate. Hey, don't come here. Don't come here at all.
I mean, but let's see what the end result is going to be like. I mean, T2K is not one of those teams that you fight at all unless they make a big blunder and get taken out. This started out as a 2v3 situation where Deadeyes Guys had the advantage, but T2K just converting quite nicely. We'll come back to that later as JyanMaara so close to getting eliminated. Savage Esports on the other side have also taken a massive hit. Sanchir is getting a revive right now by the hands of Hershey, but right on the other side of the wall, Suzanne is going for his own revive. Now Eisenberg is here looking to finish off the lads from JyanMaara, and it's going to be down to the final player, Snipe YTE on the other side. The vehicle is going to go blown up by Hershey, and that's the first squad wipe of the match. JyanMaara getting absolutely destroyed by Savage Esports, but hey, IHC Esports, they don't miss out on any action, so they are here for the third party now.
A team that just enjoyed $1,000. They have been trying to contact the bank right now to get more and more, and looks like they want to be a part of the fight as they're just shooting through that smoke. Yeah.
I mean, let's see what is going to happen to IHC Esports. As you mentioned, they have secured $1,000 already. And if they get this one as well, I think Stalwart Esports are going to be very upset if IHC go on to win this game.
I mean, imagine it, right? The team is just trying to go for it for themselves, and I just don't know how it is happening. So yeah.
I mean, but it's happening. That's what we are sure about.
Yeah.
They are trying to take this fight, but I'm not going for an all-in commitment right now. Savage Esports are, well, I believe they don't want any part of this as well. They know they're going to be outnumbered, having lost one player already in the previous fight against JyanMaara. So it's going to be a 3v4, and look at that. Icy from the flank is going to open things up, finding Eisenberg, taking him out. Not, in fact, securing the finish. It's just a knockout, but still, IHC now, they have the advantage. On the ground, the numbers are 3v2. Oh, Sanchir got completely off guard. He was cooking, he had the util in his hands, but while he went for a toss, the lads from IHC pushed in.
Johnny, it was a damage that even Bob the Builder could never fix. But right now, I see it's just not trying to move to the back lines. Godless just takes down Eisenberg. And Godless is just gonna, go for his own loot. And now they're trying to move forward for themselves. I see where that vehicle is gonna just, take a road trip with his own teammates. And now they're definitely just, gonna move forward. And Savage with Hershey as the last one surviving. He's just like that deflated tire right now. He has no composure, nowhere to go. He's the solo man surviving. Let's see what he can do.
Well, let's see what he can do and what's going to happen in the very end. As Hershey, as you mentioned, is going to be the final player surviving the buggy. There's a lot of smoke coming out of the engine as well, so it's quite close to getting blown up. Needs to be extremely careful. The blue zone, it's going to be another factor that can take him out. He has a lot of healing utility available, but if you get into the fight, how much can you heal?
Yeah. Mr. Hyozu, though, on the other side, from ElementriX, the ElementriX's players, they looks like they are trying to find someone, if they can. La Benedetta area, a pretty good, pretty decent area, in fact. That's where the players are. One smoke being lofted down to the airdrop. And Ingus is going to enjoy that AUG probably. 8x. Might just, use it on, give it to some of the teammates or something. So, yeah.
Well, but let's see. The scope is going to be, I think, much more important. The AUG these days, not so much. But Sushant from ElementriX right now with a mini in his hands. Looks like has the location of Vibes pinned down, but can't really do anything about it since his teammates are a little bit further away from him. So if he starts this fight, he's going to be completely caught off guard, outnumbered, and then a lot of pressure will befall upon him. Sees the bus moving, starts shooting, no damage dished out, too far away for him.
Yeah, too far away. Vibes' players just moving from the sidelines. Oh, this might just be a wrong decision from Vibes. They're actually steering in the direction of the shots somehow, but well, this is not looking good. 7C memo. Oh, he's on low HP. He drops out of the vehicle. High voltage. This time they are ready to change everything that happened in the first game. But then again, will they be able to do it? That's the question. As now high voltage is moving around the zone. They're at the edge of the circle and they're trying to move. Now it's going to be a 7C versus high voltage fight. Definitely if one of the teams tends to go aggressive. But then again, we'll see if that happens. Vibes wants to take up a collision against IHC. Seals Wally takes down Deadeyes Guys as Shifusa. That means it's another bad game for Deadeyes Guys.
Yeah.
First game, they were eliminated at 0 points. This time as well.
Yeah, 2 games back to back, no points secured by DE. It's going to be quite unfortunate, but that is the opportunity that I think Skylightz Gaming were looking for to climb up slowly and steadily. But even in the last match, Skylightz Gaming were not able to capitalize. This time, they can completely isolate it towards Junkyard, while majority of the teams are already trying to contest the center, where the players of DRS and T2K have already found safe haven for themselves. On the other side, though, as Vibes, they have given their position away to the players of IHC, and it is going to be quite interesting to see, in fact, how they want to push this fight, because shooting at IHC was a big mistake. Why? Because IHC is now further in towards the circle, and Vibes, they are the ones who the blue zone will hit first, so they will have to move first. Look at that, Ryu has been taken out, but Zeol and IC taken out, instead traded out, and instead from the side of IHC as well. They will have to fall back and go for those heals. Alex, you can't start shooting. If you go out, then it's pretty much done for IHC.
It might just be Vibes' joke. Oh, Alex, he's getting shot at. Maybe a pixel or something, right?
Yeah.
Was just giving out that information, but Zeol gets finished up. I mean, that's 2 secured. And Godless, oh, the only difference that, is coming up in this fight right now is that Vibes is outside the zone. They are inside that blue, and IHC is actually inside the circle as of now. But now they are also getting that zone damage just out for themselves. And now Godless is trying. If we would have taken someone out of that moving buggy, I would not have been surprised. But then again, on the other side, DRS is trying as well, as Wadu gets taken out, but he can be revived if I'm not wrong.
Well, he can be revived. The distance between the players of DRS and High Voltage right now, it's quite a lot. So unless he's completely out in the open, there's no easy way for the players to finish him off, for the opposition to finish him off. And DRS, they're going to bring rules back into the action again. Who got hit? It wasn't Killer. Someone from the DRS squad just took a hit to the face. Did not get knocked out, though. I don't know. I just saw a red marker on my screen. Alright, it was Reap. I thought I was blind for a second.
Alright. Well, you were not. I can vouch for that. But,
It was like someone's getting shot. Who got shot?
Yeah. Oh, Waves is please. Oh, what? Ryu takes down 1 from IHC. Now Godless is the last one surviving, and he gets spotted down as well. Waves! They eliminate IHC. I'm telling you, Johnny. I just had a feeling, right? Vibes or Skylightz are going to do really good. And Vibes start off by eliminating IHC.
I mean, they've taken out a pretty strong team, the winners of the previous game. Now, let's see if they can close out this game as well. I mean, if Vibes finish... So, Ocean, I think just to clarify, when we say doing well, we don't mean like win a chicken dinner. What we want to do well is like get somehow 12 plus points. Let's just settle at that.
Yeah, actually showcase some good marker in the game. That is important, right? Have a performance of a lifetime or something. So that's what it is.
Vibes has already secured 4 points in this match. They get 10 more. I think we consider that good for them. Because at the top, I think just there's massive differences in the way the teams are performing from game to game, and it's like either they do really well.
This
they
grenade,
pop off.
Chante!
Oh!
He could not have done anything. I mean, that grenade just bounced and just came to him. It was like, hey.
Assassin, he's gone! Who are you trying to take down now? Ante is a little too far away to go for a toss. I think High Voltage will definitely have to go for a push if they want to finish off Dax now.
Look at that Mirado, the muscle Mirado, as it just looked like. And Malik takes down 1 from Venom Legends as well, and they eliminate another team. So Vibes has eliminated 2 teams so far.
2 wipes, one after the other, and it's going to be... Alrighty, so Vibes, they have 5 eliminations right now. Venom Legends, I believe they spotted out the last individual and picked him off. Oh, Nima. Just the nade being tossed between the 2 players of ElementriX, and Incas is straight away going to be knocked out. Orange in the backlines can also be taken out. Nima has the perfect angle to go for the toss. He sees Incas going inside the smokes, goes for a nade toss in the distance. Orange dropped down to around 50% HP. Sushant from the distance is waiting for Nima to step out in the open, but that is not going to happen. And that's it. Skylightz Gaming also doing very well in this matchup. ElementriX have been reduced to, well, just the final 2 players, I believe.
Yeah, ElementriX is down to 2 players, and now Skylightz wants to just go for that momentum. Orange, he might just be the one supposed to be spotted on, but Nima with that Squirrel takes down Sushant. Oh my god, Orange is just surviving, and they need to understand where that player is, because then again, the position of that player is going to be of utmost importance right now. Orangey, he got that AUG for himself, but then he'll have to make the most out of it if he can. And Nima's coming. Nima is not coming. He's just moving on to the back lines right now. But Orangey, he cannot make a move, right? If he goes to revive his teammate, he'll be out in the open. He'll be spotted down. Now he needs to think of the bigger picture, and that is stay here, maybe play for a few placement points. That is extremely important. T2K versus Stalwart. Oh, this might just be a good fight, because T2K would want to take down Stalwart, but Stalwart on the other side would want to do the same to their opponents. And well, we'll see who at the end gets the last laugh.
Well, I think it's going to be us. It's always us.
I mean, the audience is going to enjoy. That's what you're saying, right? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the commentators, the audience, anyone watching the game and not playing it at the time is going to be enjoying it, because inside the game, there's definitely going to be a lot of frustration going on between the players as to figuring out a way as to how to get the best results possible. But look at this. Stalwart Esports going for an open rotation, and the last player, I believe, can be caught off. Sorry, it's Skylightz Gaming. The last player, Gyalzen, can be caught off guard by the players of A1 Esports. Mafia Ninja just instant 180 in the bug. He tries to run away on the Ridge. Gyalzen is finally here, and can Skylightz Gaming just control this Ridge situation and try and stay alive? Jax, the last player from the side of A1 Esports, is just thrown out. No other option for him, because the moment he gets up, he goes out.
Yeah, the moment he gets up, he goes down. And Stalwart's in a whole world of trouble, courtesy of Seal right now, as Baron just goes on that elimination. And T2K is onto the backlines. But Gyalzen, with his own grenade, takes down one. He gets one. Oh, so many teams were around the sides. And this time it was Gyalzen getting that elimination. What is happening? Gyalzen might be the next one to follow up, as Demo has his eyes on him. But then again, that's not exactly what is happening. T2K, oh, Barrett, he's just going to go for those auto taps of Mini.
Well, let's see. I mean, these lads, they know how to use the Mini with the quick taps, but you hear it pop off like just one shot after the other, no pauses in the middle, and it works out. It's not the Mini though, it's the M16 that finds the first opening from the side of T2K. Wally is really low. Demo is going to be taken out, and Vibes over here as well, just chiming in. They are like, yeah, we see those players, we see those points, and we want them. They're just hungry for more.
ElementriX is out. 9 teams, 29 players surviving. T2K, Skylightz, 5 eliminations, all the players surviving. In fact, for a matter, if you think about it, right, T2K always have a good Miramar for themselves. They like to be consistent. Yesterday as well, that happened. Oh, this is a really bold move coming up from the players of Vibes. I don't know if this actually is a death rush. I feel like it is, because Ryu gets taken out by 7C Akuja. They were ready for Seal, but they were not ready for 7C. And that's one thing that happened. Jiggle follows up as well. Vibes is in a whole world of trouble right about now, as they are being taken down. But Malik was surviving. And with that one grenade, he takes down one. He's following up on more grenades, as with one more, he takes another one down. Will third time be the same charm, but a grenade's on him. Oh, he barely survives. He survives. He refuses to die. And from the back line, it's T2K that's arriving.
And he stayed alive for so long, but let's see if he can make it all the way on the other side. Though Sandesh with the nade being lobbed towards the lads of Skylightz Gaming. It's not going to hit its mark. Need to throw it inside the smoke. Finally lined up quite perfectly. And there's the knock on to Gyalzen. Another one in the same point, and he's going to find more knocks and finishes. AJ runs in towards the nade. This is going to be brutal if it blows up right in the nick of time. But what is happening? What happened to the nade? Right, there's the first just clean up time for T2K, and that's it for Skylightz Gaming in this match.
T2K is definitely going to enjoy this one for themselves. Skylightz Gaming, they are out now. If we just talk about it, they had such a good composure, but then again, T2K is enjoying, just like, we had this conversation. T2K, they like to have good Miramars. They like to just, outshine on the Miramars. That's what they are doing. High voltage goes out as well. 7C versus high voltage. This fight was supposed to happen a few minutes back, but then again, it happens right now. Seal on one side, and in the middle of everything, I don't know if it counts or not, A1 Esports is still surviving.
Well, let's see, A1 Esports still being present. T2K against the players of DRS, and Just a lot of utility exchange between the two squads. There's gunfire as well, but Sanhok not being able to find an opening. Stop the players of DRS from pushing forward. A1 Esports, Jack's doing a pretty phenomenal job, finds the knock. Needs to be careful, there's one man behind him who can take him down at any time, but Esports Wally doesn't really want to go for a head-on collision. Now finally the Molotov is going to be tossed out. Jack's forced to fall back out in the open behind the tree, takes a lot of damage. These are the final moments of A1 Esports, and ladies and gentlemen, down to the final top 4 teams in this game.
We're down around 7C, DRS, Seal, and Train to Kill. The circle, it's no one's friend right now, as everyone is at the edge, so they have to just get inside. Seal understands the importance of this game as well. Oh, they're using a bolt action right now as well. Seal wants to stay at the top position. They don't want to give back that position to anyone. They want points. They want $1,000. That's why they're here. T2K, yesterday they had such a good run. Today as well, they would want to start it off right now, but Seal is ready. They're ready to take the players down. Leo, as he takes 2 players down in all of these situations, but then again, he gets traded out by 7C, who wants to make up their own marker. A team, the top 16 dream for the team is just, around that corner, but pressure gets taken down. DRS on the other side, they don't have any eliminations, but this might just be a momentum shifter for them, if anything. But then again, we'll see what happens as Ripson gonna go for a good nade. One good nade, but Wally's still surviving on low HP and demos out there, and Wally's grenade just pays the price back.
Well, it does pay the price, and it makes them pay the price for it. 7C Esports, one more knock being secured by Esports. Now it's the final 2 players remaining in the back lines. Aku George running out in the open, has been spotted out, is going to be taken out, almost going down, but Precious also takes a lot of damage while providing some suppressing fire for his teammate. Aku George hasn't made it all the way towards his teammates. Oh! Wow, Wally with an impressive grenade takes down another one, and well, now 7C Esports, they're down to their final player. Esports looking to dominate this action, but T2K, they're here to stop them from the backlines. Wally is going to be the first one to go down. Demo still left standing inside the smokes, but finally the smokes are starting to dissipate. And after that happens, I think T2K, they have a clear man advantage in this fight. They're looking very strong, very solid, very well coordinated. 12 eliminations secure already. And I think this has to be their winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, this has to be Train to Kill. They are trying to kill anyone that they see right now. Look at how far away these players are, and now they are moving. 7C needs to understand the curse of the second position is just upon them every day. It's time for you to just, keep on giving revives, keep on staying to that position. But then again, one grenade to rule them all. Probably that's how it's going to go, as Sanhok with his own takes down players, and PlayZone does the rest. And there it is. A brilliant winner chicken dinner coming up for the players of Train to Kill, who are at 4th position.
Yeah.
That's where they were. 15 eliminations coming up for them. 30 points secured.
30 points secured, and with that, I believe they're slowly and steadily just moving onward and upward, closing in on the distance between them and the team sitting on the 3rd position right now, which, by the way, is Stalwart Esports. But yeah, another $1,000. Train to Kill have been doing very well this week, and they return again. I mean, the first match not really working out, but in the second one, they get the winner chicken dinner. I feel like this is deja vu. This happened yesterday as well. This is today Friday or Saturday?
They are just doing it, right? They like to go for these kind of games, and obviously it's Miramar that's always their strongest suit. Last time Seal got a win from them. The next day they got the same win in the same style from Seal. Remember the grenade win that they got? They as well, they just got a great win from 7C this time. So yeah, T2K, they'll love to play with their own momentum. What was it? 26 damage, like 22,400 and 26 damage coming up from these. That showcases the way they just managed to give up a brilliant fight. And well, Train to Kill just played with perfection. They played on the right time. They rushed on the right time. That was nice.
Yeah, they were just absolutely brilliant in this matchup. Vibes also actually did quite decent. Skylightz Gaming on the other side, they started off nicely, but towards the late game stages weren't really able to transition properly with their rotations heading towards the circle. But still, I think once we have a look at the match rankings and the overall rankings as to how this game impacts them, I think it's going to be quite clear to see how much pressure the teams are going to be in the next few matches. Because again, Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel are what remain after this one, ladies and gentlemen. But It was an exciting Miramar. Now we're going to head to a very short break, and after that, it's going to be the stats of this game and also the next match. Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Spring Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro, which is out in the market soon, so you guys can grab yourselves the winner chicken dinner with the Oppo F21 Pro. Now, this is Super Johnny, that is Ocean. 2 matches are done of our day. Erangel, the first one was absolutely incredible with IHC walking away with the win. And in the very next game, T2K, just like yesterday on Miramar, they've secured an even more amazing chicken dinner, I have to say. I mean, they had a lot of eliminations lined up towards the very end. I think it was like, 14 eliminations. So, yeah, quite impressive. Now, what we have to see is what I'm personally going to look forward to is to see what the difference is going to be between T2K and Stalwart Esports.
We all would just want to see that difference. We would want to feel that difference, and we'd want to see just where these teams are standing right now.
Yeah,
just like you said, in the first game, IHC got that position for themselves. Obviously, the second position this time. Seal also got good points. Obviously, they are just moving forward. But then again, let's have a look at the MVP right now to just have a conversation, and it is going to be Sandesh with 941 damage and 5 eliminations.
Also 3 assists. Just making sure that the entire team was also somehow doing well in those team fights. 25 minutes, 9 seconds of survival time by the lad of T2K. I believe all the players are going to have the same, because they did in fact end up winning the game with all their players present. So it was quite an impressive performance from T2K, just managing to position themselves correctly in every single fight. As far as the macro aspect was considered as well, the timing of those pushes were also perfect. Never at any point where they sort of forced out of position because of the blue zone or being caught off guard by multiple teams. They were also quite patient in the early game stages. So everything was just done right by Train to Kill in this match. But having a look at the list of the top players now, we have Baron from Skylightz Esports on the second position with 850 damage dished out. 24 minutes and 31 seconds of survival time. Wally as well, the final 2 lads from the side of Skylightz Esports did quite decent for themselves, but with Wally getting taken out early, I think it was quite hard for Skylightz Esports to recover from that point. Legend is going to be there from Train to Kill on the 4th position, and then Aku Jord from 7C Esport shows up on the 5th with 3 eliminations and 753 damage.
Yeah, Kujat also did really good, right, with that. And obviously the survival time for 7C just paid really good. I mean, they got the 2nd position for themselves. That is going to be counting up really good on the numbers for these players. Train to Kill, just like we said, we see 2 players. Seal, we see 2 players from this side, and at the end, it just comes up really good. This time, it's going to be about the comparison. Look at this, almost double kills coming up from Train to Kill. That is 15, almost, because 7C has 8 for them. And the amount of fights that these 2 teams took, that was just so brilliant. 7C surprisingly has a higher average survival time than Train to Kill, but then again, it was because they landed down early. They took up an early fight as well, so that matters in all these situations. Damage given was higher by Train to Kill, though.
I mean, so again, I think if you see damage dealt to damage received ratio, it's quite same on both the teams, and I think because of the fact that the circle was sort of out in the open, a lot of ridges were there, but even ridges aren't going to protect you from every single direction. Someone from the high ground can easily see you and take you out, and because of that, we did see a few knocks right there. But alrighty, so I guess if you or your org or your team is anywhere associated with the color red, you're gonna have a phenomenal day.
Yeah. It just again comes down to the red color, just like the first game. This time it's T2K, and with a hint of top coming up on that longest.
He missed out in the last game, so he was like, might as well just show up in this one.
But think about it. Had top not been there, it was action. Had action not been there, it was Jane. So it would have been red either way for the top 3.
Unless Wally just dished out. Ocean, what's the difference, right? Help me out, buddy. It's like, what, 43 points?
Yeah, 43, yeah.
Yeah, 43 extra damage. 44 extra damage to be first, just to be safe.
44 extra meters, man.
Yeah, 44 extra meters. Why
It was
does
like,
damage?
hey, my opponent, I need to go 50 meters apart to just, get that.
Yeah, but let's have a look at the match ranking. So 30 points secured by Train to Kill in this match, and then there's 7C Esports with 20, but all the top performing teams. What happened to IHC and Stalwart Esports? 3 points each. Wow.
This one... I mean,
this wasn't theirs. This game wasn't theirs.
This was just not theirs. Plus, this was like quite a bit of a different game as compared to what they used to play in the other times. And also, like, yeah, we were seeing that difference coming up for these players. And Stalwart, they gave a very bad rotation. To be honest, they gave a very bad rotation in which they were just in between all the other players from different directions and all. And IHC, well, they could not do anything. Zone was on one side, Vibes on the other, Vibes' players. In fact, that was such a brilliant spray taking down Godless. But then again, we'll look at all those things again in the Oppo F21 Pro movements in a while in front of our screens, because that's where the amazing fights are going to be.
Exactly. I mean, we get to relive all the action of the match in the early stages, and I mean, I want to see what
after this one.
Yeah, exactly.
This and this.
And this.
Oh my god.
This was quite brutal. I mean, Venom Legends like did not have a fun time in this game, to be honest. And I think that they will have their opportunity to recover in the next one, but they have to be extremely careful not to drop clash again, and especially since the next map is Erangel. I think Skylightz Gaming have been eyeing their Gutka position for a long time, so Venom Legends will again try to avoid that from happening. This push on Savage Esports from IHC was very clean, just timing of it perfectly, and IC being sent on the flank early on was what allowed them to go for the push actually.
Yeah, that's just the way it happened. And Vibes' players, in fact, on the other side, look at this. They were getting stuck in such a hard situations, but then again, they were trying to, and they were managing to be out of those fights. DRS played really good, in fact, in this one. Although they could not convert anything, but still, they kept on trying here and there, and that also matters a lot. Atrax, this time they tried to have a decent fight, but then again, that fight just did not work in their favor, and then there was T2K just taking everyone down and demolishing their opponents.
Yeah, I mean, just absolute destruction, total annihilation. No survivors. And talking about no survivors, there were none from the side of CL Esports, as they were just so tunnel vision towards the players of 7C. They completely forgot about all the noise that T2K were making in their rear, and then Wally was taken out. The last lad from CL Esports also getting finished off, and 7C Esports from almost getting placed third. They just got lucky that Train to Kill took care of CL Esports, and 7C Esports got 2 extra points.
Yeah. We're talking about the damage draft, right? This definitely shows. And again, this time as well, there is one team with no damage.
Yeah.
Venom Legends. Like, what happens with the teams, right? We are now more or less seeing teams coming up with no damage overall. So, I just don't get it. There's always one team in the damage graph. We see teams coming up with no damage, no eliminations, and it just creates a lot of trouble for them for the other game to start off with the momentum and all, because they first things first, they are staying out of the game for a long time, and then the mindset changes.
I mean, the mindset definitely changes. You have to be usually the teams, when they are coming back from a situation like this, you're going to be thinking like, all right, let's just take a breath, try be a little bit cautious in the next game, just so we don't make the same mistakes. But I think you just have to stick to the game plan, because this was a very genuine, like, unfortunate moment. You could not have predicted that was going to happen. But let's see. Overall rankings in front of us, and Train to Kill still a little further behind, like 391, 369. You can close the distance, but you have to be very consistent. And look at that. Train to Kill have secured $5,000. I totally forgot about that.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, they have $5,000 for themselves, which is the second highest right now. They are combined with the IHC in terms of the chicken dinners. Stalwart's there with the highest number, that is 6. But then again, we'll have to see if a team can still break that record of 8 chicken dinners, right? It's still so far, because as the days are going on, as the games are going on, now we are left with what? 5 games of tomorrow and 3 games now, so only 8 games remaining.
Oh man, also Dax is like, I think Dax will just give me a heart attack by the end of the league stages. 84 points, high voltage is not fast enough with their climb, and Dax is one of those teams that can pop off at any time. They have 8 matches remaining now. Man, this is going to be very intense between Dax and high voltage to see who goes up, and A1 Esports as well. I want to see A1 Esports at least win 1 chicken dinner in the league stages.
We'll see what happens, but then again, before that, we'll have to go for the next coming Erangel.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's going to be Erangel, then Sanhok, then Erangel. Those maps are remaining. This Erangel is going to be extremely important for the players as well. First time we saw a sudden circle coming up on the first game. We'll have to see what circle shifts happen with this one, because then again, if you have a sudden game, we know we see how the teams rotate, right? We saw ISC going for a really slow rotation. We saw them moving really slow, and all those things will happen. But then again, this time we'll see if the zone if it just falls on George Bull. Imagine that sort of a circle now. And will Venom Legends go to Milta Park again, or will this time it will be a different story? Because last time it was the flight path that just took them to that side, but again.
I mean, I don't think it wasn't. It was just the flight path. I think they also felt the pressure that was on them in the early game stages because of what Skylightz Gaming was doing. I think the flight path just allowed them the option to drop towards Milta.
Yeah.
I think if that option is given to them again, considering the results in the previous game from Venom Legends weren't that bad, they actually did really well. I think they're gonna go. They will go for a drop change this time around. Skylightz Gaming, because I don't think Skylightz Gaming is going to back off from the fight against Venom Legend. Every single time they see them drop towards Gutka, they are going to try and go for a push, try and see if those early points are being secured by them. And since there is a little bit of a difference between where Skylightz Gamings are in the overall rankings right now and where Venom Legends are in the overall rankings, Skylightz Gaming do have a little bit of an advantage in terms of that. They have extra points. They can afford to make mistakes. Venom Legends can do that as well, but they are also looking to work towards those winner chicken dinner $1,000.
Yeah, everyone is, right? Everyone is trying to just, go for those $1,000 for themselves. In fact, if you talk about any team, think about it in the matter of like A1 Esports, they want $1,000 as well to start, just, start off their bank. If you talk about a team like Stalwart now, they want $1,000 as well because their momentum has stopped. If you talk about Seal, right? They are there. They are at the top, but a few more $1,000 will never hurt. So all these things, everyone will just want to have their share. And then if you talk about since yesterday to today, T2K has had such a good rush, so they would want to have more and more $1,000 as well for themselves. So yeah,
I mean, no one says no to more money.
Yep, no one will. But then again, we'll see which team gets more money in this one, because the flight path starts off from the sidelines of Lipovka to military base. Yeah.
Ocean, there's a saying, and I want to hear from you whether you think it's true. More money, more problems.
Yeah, it is true.
Why? Didn't you just get a new bike?
Yeah. Now
how's that a problem?
Now my problem is to keep the fuel full every day.
Yeah.
So more money, more problems, always.
But different problems.
See, you can.
Yeah.
It's like you can maybe live your life with more money, but will you actually be living your life, right? That's the question, right? The happiness.
I mean, it's like we are going to like just go very deep in this philosophical discussion. Yeah. So let's not go that way, because personally, I'll trade money for happiness any day, man.
Oh, my friend.
See, I'm happy right now.
Look at this circle. It's such a good circle. It's around. Oh. That's the logic that you're giving to me right now.
IHC did not go towards the their normal direction from where they would have an easier time towards the Georgia Pole situation. They're stuck
Yeah.
in the cluster and the circle is west.
Venom
And
Legends on the other side. That Milta Par area is theirs. DRS on the Milta side as well. Stalwart, we know that wherever the circle is, they'll always go to Nova Repnoi. But then Skylightz and even Esports, all right, just, looking each other in eye to eye with the vehicles that they're driving. Gonna go for a decent loot for the starters. And now they're gonna go to the Gatka area to just, begin up with their loot. So, yeah.
well, but let's see. Skylightz Gaming this time, I think they're going to be quite curious as to why Venom Legends aren't headed their way already. And again, the reason being, as we talked about this earlier before the match started, that for Venom Legends, it doesn't really prove a point. It doesn't accomplish anything just taking this fight, taking the hits in early game stages because of the unnecessary drop collision between them and the lads of Skylightz Gaming. So it's best for them to avoid this, but let's see. If they do make it to the late game stages or not. On the other side, the Deadeyes Guys, this time finding safe rotation towards the Rozhok positions. No contact with High Voltage, who have usually, well, been quite brutal in these DE versus High Voltage team fights.
Yeah. Yeah, but then again, Deadeyes also know their positions for the start of the game, and that is just the Rozhok area, nothing else. High Voltage, they know it as well. Plus, then it also comes down to the randomness of loot, right? You might just get a weapon, you might not, you might just get maybe just the helmet vest and nothing else. So all those things do matter. So you know it, right? How it just goes down. Deadeyes Guys, these players are going for their initial loots. High Voltage, they are going for their own initial loots as well. So we'll see what happens later on.
Yep. But for now, there's a lot of silence all over this map. No action at all. No drop collisions. Everyone is just quite safely looting at their preferred spot. And if they aren't, that means they're moving towards their loot spots like IHC is right now. Still haven't gotten to Georgia Pole, but finally almost close.
Looks like a very good circle, to be honest. Think about it. The central compounds as of now for this circle are empty. ElementriX is on the southern side. A1 Esports is on the other side as well. And Seal is going to go from the bridge. We nowadays with this new circle, we rarely see a bridge camp happening as per se. But then again, I would want to. Previous bridge was a bit smaller, so we used to see those bridge camps happening. But this time with this bridge, it's kind of a wider bridge, so it takes you time. Yesterday, but we saw a few players of Seal just grabbing a hold of that bridge area so that they could just get a few confirmations. They did as well, but then again, it just does not happen always. So yeah, this time they have to move north.
Well, but let's see. As you said, they have to move north, and it's not going to be an easy rotation as well. Stalwart Esports on the other side, I want to see what they will be doing to move to the main island. And DRS right now, rules has been placed towards the left of the bridge, while the other three lads just remain east. And it's going to be very interesting to see if Stalwart Esports go for an early rotation, because then DRS might have an advantage. Stalwart Esports up until now have only taken fight against DRS from that Nova Repnoi Bridge crossover situation, and DRS always just like to stick towards the Milta city. They've never come up front like this and tried to take the fight head on. So this time, if it happens, Stalwart Esports for a second will be caught off guard a little bit, but let's see if they can regroup. On the other side, though, the IHC lads have complete control of Georgia Pole, be it the containers, be it the city. No one there to contest them at all. But quite interesting thing right now. Ocean, look at Savage Esports, just north of Ruins, across the river. It's going to be quite difficult for them to cross over.
Again, if they have a plan, I'm up for it. I'm all ears. I would want to see what they can just, do, but then again, we'll see if that happens. Savage, you see these players, right? More or less, a team that drops down to Yasna, they have 2-3 pointers around their rotation. First pointer is they can just maybe move from the L building, school side, etc., to move inside the zone. Second is they can go to a northern side. But then again, if you go to the northern side, we remember, right? T2K might just be a team that can contest all those areas as well. But as of now, there's no other team, so we'll see. But Savage, at this moment, it's a comfort zone for them.
Yeah. I mean, it's not gonna be the entire day, entire time in the game. So look at this. I think this is gonna be the first fight. A1 Esports up against the lads of Seal Esports now, and well, Wally has been spotted out. 6-9. Well, should have been the one starting off this fight, but A1 Esports a little bit resistant, and well, they have one of their own teammates knocked out in return as a favor. Sinister was taken out. Wally going for the push. One more knock. Jack's taken out by Leo. And well, Seal Esports are not looking to stop. A1 Esports might just get eliminated right now. Down to a 2v4 this fight.
Seagulls players, they are trying to just encircle, and A1 Esports, they cannot understand what's going on because all of a sudden A1 Esports will be out with a complete wipe from the lobby. Oh, they are exiting, but look at that memo! He could not understand. He could not understand that he thought he took 2 players down, but then that did not happen. On the other side, Varu's coming. He's gonna throw his own grenades. Well, what? All right, Praveen, that elimination gets secured. Ripson's moving forward. A smoke to just revive own teammate. But then we'll see what can be done. But that Molotov's good. That Molotov's amazing. That Molotov's brilliant, in fact. As Assassin goes out in high voltage. Plan B. Let's execute it.
Well, plan B, but is plan B going to be a success? I think it's going to be quite tough to pull it off now. Vaduji and Extreme, they are going to try and rotate from these open farms, but have to be extremely careful. 7C Esports a little bit slow on the climb towards the hills. Do miss out on the opportunity. Now Vadu is going to be in shooting distance, going for the shots. Ooh. Yeah. Not hitting the mark at all.
As of now, yes, not. But then again, these players. Now we're going to be moving on to the start of the slot zones 100%, right? As we talk about it 10 minutes into the game right now. High voltage, just 2 players remaining. They have the zone, but then again, the only thing that they're missing out is the players. So it's these 2, and they have to stick with each other. Come what may, they have to stick with each other. They cannot rule out the possibilities that, obviously they can be attacked from any direction. They might just go to any house. They might just be players, multiple players. They would be outnumbered. They would be taken down. So they just need to have that understanding. We are down of 6 players only right now, of which 4 were from A1 Esports and 2 were from this team only. So we have a perfect lobby still remaining except for high voltage. So yeah, these guys need to do that calculation in their minds. And Seal, well, they are quite close.
Yeah. And again, A1 Esports was quite unfortunate. I mean, look at Demo, so precise, this lad. Not a chance to react to that. Just completely. That's what we call a laser spray.
Yes, sir. And in the water lines, we see a Groza, Medkit.
Do you remember when, if the airdrop was in the water, it was basically unreachable? There used to be days when it was basically a suicide mission to go for a water airdrop.
Like someone would try to go there, but then again, it's a gamble that you'll come back or not, like all those things. Plus, players, have 2 weapons. They don't know what's in that one. They might just pick that weapon. The second weapon just goes in the water, so they cannot pick it up again. So that's also just one thing. So it's a gamble playing in the water, just going for it, and also no one would want to take a hold of that gamble, right? In all these situations. But then right now it's Stalwart, quite close to JyanMaara. 4 players of JyanMaara right now. Stalwart players on the other side. Will see how they can, or how will they be able to take up a fight for themselves. Another airdrop dropping down in the distance, but as of now, Snipe is moving forward. Why? That's my question. Oh, now he's coming back.
Well, let's see. And it's going to be quite interesting, though. Top, he's going to be there. Snipe right in his face. And, ooh, proned out in the open. Goes for the few shots, but that was just a bait. Gunner was prepared for this. Takes him down. Instant finish. Stalwart Esports missing out on one of their key players. Now, Scry is a little bit overextended as well, so he needs to be extremely careful with exactly how he positioned himself. The push is going to be started by... Well, Susan was the man who went forward first, but he was also taken out. Snipe Whitey is going to be knocked out as well, and all of a sudden... Oh, my goodness! Stalwart Esports, they've recovered, and JyanMaara, they've blundered up this fight down to the final player.
Yeah, they have JyanMaara. It might just be the next team to mark up an exit, because look at this, how the players are moving, and the revive's still happening, but I guess it's time to cancel upon that revive as the players are just moving forward. The weapon gets switched on, and action from the back lines tries to put down fear in the eyes of No Fear, but then again it was Cry just taking him out, and that is another team marking up their exit with a 13-minute pointer in the game. Wow. Such an amazing game just being played out by these players. Such an amazing game. They are enjoying it. They're loving the chaos for themselves, and they understand, right, the essence of that chaos as for how you need to convert the points in your favor, and they are converting the points in their favor. No doubt they lost on one of their players, and that was top, but still the three players are surviving, and it looks like another fight coming up in front of Venom Legends and 7C. Hey, Ripson, he's stuck! Oh, he was just stuck cooking that grenade, but then again, now 7C needs to understand that this is not looking good for them, because Venom Legends is on one side, and IHC is coming up as well. Will IHC hear the shots, and will they think of it as an opportunity? That's one of the questions. And on the other side, Atrax is taking up a fight against Savage. We know how important it is for Atrax as well, because the team is out of top 16, and now they have to make up their marker. High voltage, the struggles are still going on with that team as well. 7C Ripson still surviving on low HP right now. If he just gets out, might just be a bad situation. Venom Legends' dictator gets taken down. Venom Legends, one-man shot. In all these situations, they're going to go for a Molotov of their own, steel shot with that Molotov, and now Alibu is surviving. Precious with his own nade takes down steel shot as well. Venom Legends, another one bites the dust, but steel shot's ready to reply back with a Molotov of his own. And now it looks like a good grenade gets lofted on, but nobody home. And 7C, all right, they have spotted down one of the players, I guess, in the panic room. But will they move in? That's the question. As 7C, they have all their players surviving, alive, breathing, wreaking havoc on the players. But Venom Legends looks like they have answers.
Yeah, they do have answers, as Akujord is going to be knocked out. Rufford's position is also compromised, but Memo, let's see, from the flank, does see the feet missing up the spray. Akujord is going to get finished. Wait, what? Godless took that kill? Wow.
I'm telling you, IHC, they will see it as an opportunity.
Yeah. It's the perfect third-party spot.
He's just surviving. Think about it, right? He understands that the players are on the lower side, but then again, he cannot do anything. Rafat on the other side is taking a fight against Memo. If Rafat gets taken down, Memo would want to just finish him out of that desperation finish, right? That will happen. But then again, we'll see if that just goes down. Precious hit spotted down. What is he doing? Why is he doing that? And now it's one more player. Look at this. Memo takes one player down. And Venom Legends, it's just one man that they have to take him down. DRS in such a good position right now. Look at this. What a brilliant circle shift. That's what I was talking about.
I mean, the circle shift is very nice towards the shorelines, and as you mentioned, DRS being smack in the middle is definitely going to give them a very, very big advantage. But let's see what is going to happen in the final few moments of the game, as all the teams are just moving south towards the shorelines. And ladies and gentlemen, you do see the request that we have for you guys can help us make the PUBG Mobile Esports better. There is a survey link, in fact, pinned in the chat. So just go ahead, fill it out, and we'll see what you guys have to say. But later on, first we have to watch the game. And talking about the match right now, Seal Esports going for a YOLO push. Full pedal to the metal, no brakes at all. But let's see if they make it to the other side. IHC in the meanwhile have T2K in their crosshairs.
Oh, ElementriX's players are in such a trouble situation, as well as Seal is just trying to pressurize them. But then again, how will they be able to just move out of this position? That's one of the questions. And right now, Venom Legends still taking up the fights for themselves. Steel's players, they're trying to do everything in their power. ElementriX's players just going up with their own throwables as well. Skylightz on the other side looks like they are taking up a fight against Deadeyes Guys, who are still surviving. This time they are surviving for a bit longer, in fact. But then again, we'll see how long can they just go in this game. But Deadeyes Guys, oh, that jump. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good at all. Last time it was a circle like this, we saw a Savage just getting that chicken dinner for themselves. And this time we'll see what happens.
Let's see what is going to happen. Nima going for a spray will blow up Sanhok to bits and pieces. But let's see, T2K, Jane and Legend quite close to their teammate. Nades being lobbed in their direction right now, and Legend is going to be taken out as well as from the back. DRS, they are looking to capitalize. The M16 is going to do wonders. Now Jane is the only man left standing for the T2K lads. It's going to be quite difficult for him to survive as AJ and Nima from the backlines are looking to just lob a lot of utility upon them. Oh, Wally just ignores the Enkus and is going to regret that he did that. Enkus just fighting for the survival of ElementriX in this match. Almost running out of bullets in the M4, but still survives.
Oh, Seals players. They're still trying, but look at this. I guess they have spotted down the last player. Where are they shooting? All right. On the other side, now they understand. There it is. 12 teams surviving. 37 players are alive right now. Skylightz, they're trying to make up a good marker for themselves as the circle is kind of with them right now. But we'll see what happens. And T2K on the other side. Chain is down. And the revive, I don't know if that can happen. And on the lower ground, it's Ryu who's surviving. Malik, if he drops on, I don't know if he can be saved or not. I mean, he's actually on the other side though. If he arrives, I don't know if he can be saved. But then again, Gyalzen. Such a good place. Godless takes down Venom Legends Alibo.
Well, let's see. Oh, quite close to the lads of Skylightz Gaming, but Legend, need to watch your rear as well. The players of Seal Esports are just going to accumulate. Oh, Seo going for a swan dive. Gyalzen is going to be there, and the molly is going to be tossed on Gyalzen. Mafia Ninja almost taking a lot of damage. AJ is the safest of the bunch at this point. Jane causing a lot of trouble and a lot of hurt for the players of Skylightz Gaming.
Leo just, out there. Jane, in fact, is trying to do everything, but that grenade! Oh my god. AJ's grenade just takes the player down, and Mafia Ninja just goes for that confirmation. T2K, so if he needs to heal, he heals. Legends on the lower ground as well. So this high ground, low ground fight, it gets really difficult, right, for the players to just try and understand what's going to happen with them. But Legend, what is that cover? What is that cover? Come on. What is this cover? There's a car above him.
Total protection. That's another way of using a vehicle as cover, by the way.
Wow.
Oh boy. But just in case that blows up, he also has nowhere to go, so.
What was that cover? But then again, oh! Seal Baron was on one side. Demo, as we see him as well. Rules is trying to just find a good place for himself. And look at this. That Koenig stick. Now, if he sits in that car and if he comes up, he would be out in the open. So he cannot do anything. If he wants to stay there, wow.
Well, let's see. Just 20 minutes in, still 10 teams remaining, 29 players still surviving. Seal Esports starting things off, taking off the lads of DRS, but then Skylightz Gaming going for the third party upon them. Mafia Ninja is going to be knocked out by Wally's nade. And well, Seal Esports, they're looking to push forward. They do not want to just hold on to this spot, knowing that other teams are going to be closing in as well. They want that proper cover. That Skylightz Gaming has that slight dip between the rocks. Does save you from the shots from across the field.
10 teams. 10 is number of eliminations that Seal has for this game. In fact, they are looking really good with their momentum just falling down. And DRS has been spotted on the other side. Oh, Baron, I thought he would be taken down. But then again, that did not happen. Atrax, they do follow up on the elimination marker. And right now, Seals players, they're getting shot at with those grenades on themselves. It's such a weird zone to play. I mean, I just cannot understand the way, the zone has taken up a weird shift. The zone should come up. It should go up. But then again, this circle just has its own mind.
Well, as you said, the circle has its own brain right now. The blue zone is closing in. The next shift is upon the lads of no one. It's just completely out in the open, and everyone will just have to abandon the shorelines that they have controlled so far. IHC losing out on one of their players. Rules from the side of DRS just firing the M16 non-stop upon them, wreaking havoc. Does know where the players of Skylightz Gaming are as well. DRS, as you mentioned, like I think 10 minutes ago, Ocean, I think they have the perfect position in game. They don't have to worry about anyone being in the rear. All they have to do is just focus down the teams in front.
Yeah, and you know, around that, just like we said, the teams that are at the lower ground now they are in a world of trouble because they cannot get up. They are stuck there. They cannot do anything. All they can do is just, you know, maybe try to go for a slight heal battle and wait for it all to just, you know, end. If it does. Otherwise, we'll see. What is Leo going for? What is Leo going for? Oh, Wally gets taken out. IHC follows on the elimination marker. But then the only question is, what is Leo going for? Why is Leo going for a swim? Does he understand there's another way? Maybe he does.
I think so, yeah. Because T2K are in a position towards, like, it's a beach.
I thought he's going to take down T2K Legend that was hiding behind that. Oh my god.
I mean, he's finally out. Finishes off one of the lads from the side of Stalwart Esports and Skylightz Gaming. They're still holding quite strong. Stalwart Esports on the other side just finishing off T2K's Legend. And now T2K are also down to their final surviving player. Baron taking a massive hit from the blue zone. Barely making it to the other side. But oh, he needs to be careful.
Vibes.
He's already given too much information to the players of Vibes.
He understands that. He heals himself. Now he's going in the water lines. Ryu understands. He spots him out. Ryu actually spots him out. And there it is. I guess the elimination will happen. Yes, Ryu takes down Seal Baron. And there it is. One more elimination happening. And Seal, they are out. Now we're down to 17 to 18 plus surviving with the UC 3 to 9. Look at that, Johnny. 3rd position to 9th position was surviving. But nope. Train to kill. They get taken out. And now Stalwart's out there. They would want to get more points for themselves. Because if Stalwart does, they will be back to the 2nd position. We'll see if that happens. Vibes on the other side. They have one player remaining, but then that player is on to the lower side. We'll see what happens with that. Deadeyes Guys, they follow up on the elimination marker with no elimination for them. Skylightz, they're still surviving with Mafia Ninja as the sole survivor. DRS is doing really good, but then again, Rules needs to find some helmet sort of a thingy for his head as he needs to survive as well. Savage, they have their players. And look at DRS just trying to go for their own amazing rushes.
Well, let's see. Savage Esports, they are also out in the open. Just the smokes left for cover. And DRS just still present in the game. The only team with the complete roster. Should be able to convert into advantage in a few short moments. But Skylightz Gaming on the other side. Mafia Ninja, he's not moving. And AJ is bleeding out right in his face. He's just waiting for an opportunity that allows him to go to his teammate. But AJ is like, yeah, if you're not going to come away, I'm just going to be right next to you. Takes a few hits and is almost done. But
he's still surviving though. Obviously will get revived, I guess. Yeah, the revive will happen.
Finally.
It was about the pixel perfect area, right? Because if he gets a shot at the head, if not him, if Marvin gets a shot at the head, right, it might be a game over for them. But then again, look at the Savage's players are being spotted down. The zone, Johnny, the zone is with Savage. The zone is with Savage. So in order to finish them, in order to move there, DRS has to go. DRS has to go to that place. They have to go to that area. They have to go to these open grounds and make up their own cover with these vehicles. They are doing it. But imagine DRS gets busy on a fight with Savage and they get so much involved in that fight that at the end Skylightz maybe gets that win. But I guess no, that's not happening as they are still worrying about Skylightz as they loft one good grenade, but Savage actually gets that confirmation. So this fight more or less is situated. Yes, it is. It is situated between DRS and Savage.
Well, let's see. Ooh. Eisenberg, he has the right idea as to where the players of DRS are exactly, but it's not going to be as easy to take him out. Look at the amount of smokes that have been deployed by the teams to cover up these open positions, and Malik Yeah, just going for an heal battle early on, just stuck in the blue zone at this point. Nowhere left to go but back to the lobby as he's finally been taken out. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's a 4v3 situation. DRS completely up against the 3 lads remaining of Savage Esports. Iceberg, Hershey, and Anif are all that remain. Reaper bot just crawling along with the blue zone, moving forward, barely inside the zone. 11 meters still to go. It's 6 meters for Killer Whitey, who right now has a UMP in his hands. And again, more smokes, more nades being deployed out in the open.
Everything.
Iceberg, oh, he did take some damage. Has he been spotted out? The answer is yes. Killer Whitey taking him out and finishing him off as well. It's down to a 4v2 situation. Anif is going to be spotted out by Rules. Instant knockout down to a 1v4. DRS, they have done this. Another $1,000.
They have done this. They are moving forward. Hershey's just out there, but then for not long, as Savage will mark an exit and DRS will get that brilliant winner chicken dinner, cementing them on 6th position.
Yeah.
As of now, I mean, it's all going to be just there. 22 points coming up for them, 1786 damage. DRS just did brilliant in the final moments of the game with that positioning for themselves. You saw the circle shift, right? The circle just shifted down and they got such a brilliant place for themselves. After that, yes, they had a few struggles with the zone here and there, but then they managed to just get a hold of that.
I mean, DRS again, I think just getting to that spot early, getting to that particular cliff early was what worked out for them, because majority of the teams out in the open just ended up fighting among themselves and just dwindling down each other's numbers. DRS, they did not have to worry about a similar situation. They knew they could play on a back foot because they had the safer option. They did not have to worry about anyone shooting at them from the other side of the river, and all the opposition were in the front of in their front, and what they did was just use smokes to cover up certain angles and just cover up that vision, try and take the fights head on, just isolate fights, take it one at a time and not deal with too much pressure. I think just the pacing of the action from the side of DRS was absolutely incredible in this. And again, being very consistent, they got 1 chicken dinner yesterday, they got 1 chicken dinner today. That's $2,000 in the first 2 days of the Super Week, and tomorrow is left, even 2 matches left for today.
Yeah, I mean, we do have those matches just left for us when we talk about it. But then again, that's Sanhok. We'll see what happens in that Sanhok. Obviously, that's going to be another story, because then again, it's going to be the last Sanhok of today. If you talk about it, the overall, the second last Sanhok overall as of now. So yeah.
But before we move to the next match, we're going to take a very short break. So just stay tuned, keep watching, ladies and gentlemen, because we will be back with game number 4 of the day and also the stats of this one. So stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PMPL South Asia 2022. Ocean, what a previous circle, man. Savage, I honestly felt like all the stars were aligned for them. But unfortunately, then you have teams like DRS coming in who are just on an absolute domination this time.
That's just about the randomness of the game, right? The circle definitely shifts down to those two warehouses and obviously the shorelines, the areas, the hill cliff. So DRS definitely held down a pretty good position. It was not just them, right? For a while, Vibes was there obviously on a lower side, but had the zone played a different gamble, imagine circle going to that lower direction. Imagine if that could have happened, then obviously things would have just changed down. But then again, that did not happen. And then in order to take a fight against Savage, the only thing was their positionings. DRS had a brilliant positioning, then the throwables did come in handy, and then the fight, the way they were slowly and slowly trying to rush in, they were pressurizing. It's not just this Erangel, right? The previous Miramar as well, we saw the way T2K got the chicken dinner was to pressurize 7C first and then rush onto them. The same thing. Once you have the players, once you know the number count is in your favor, you can play the game mentally and well. Talking about that, right? An MVP definitely just showcases that gameplay, game style always, and it was Hershey coming up with the 4 eliminations, 1056 damage, 26-21 minutes of survival time, and 6 knocks and 6 assists. I'm telling you, this guy is going to be the highest on the assist marker already.
Oh, man. That's quite insane, right? And you said this guy's probably going to be the highest on the assist marker too. I mean, 6 assists. It's not just like normal numbers, right? The Hershey, he's been performing so well from the past 2, and now I don't exactly know what to say because Hershey from the side of Savage, this entire Savage squad, they are here to prove something. And I honestly feel like Savage in the grand finals of this PMPL, it's going to be a complete new breath of fresh air. I'm telling you, Savage, we might just see them in like the top 3. I don't know why. I just have a feeling. In the grand finals, Savage will expose some of the strats they were trying to keep it hidden.
Yeah. Savage, I'm telling you, in the finals, we might just witness a different Savage, to be honest, once that happens. But then again, that's going to be a story for another time, though. But as of now, if we talk about the top players, we see Anav there coming up from Savage as well. So surprisingly, DRS is there with Rules and Killer, with 2 eliminations, 771 and 3 613 damage. Then there's Baron from Steel with 4695. But then Savage's players, talk about the damage, right? 1000 plus damage coming up, 1056 and 1123. That's just incredible coming down from these players. I mean, 1000 plus damage. That's just so good. That's just so good, coming down on to these players. So, well,
yeah.
That's just, they played brilliantly.
Yeah, they play pretty well too. Then Rules, of course, has to be there from the side of DRS. One of the most instrumental players for that team. Killer White T2 there as well with 3 eliminations, 613 damage dealt. DRS, though, I'm not going to lie. If you remember, in the week 1, we all were worried for DRS. We were like, oh, what's going on with this squad, right? Why are they not able to perform that well? They were on the latter half of the board on 13th or 12th spot, and we were like, this is not something we expect from a team like DRS. And now look at them. They are just like off to a skyrocket start.
1786 was the damage dealt coming up from DRS, and 2270 was from Savage's side. Both of them had the similar elimination numbers for themselves. Although Savage, the only thing that was just stopping them was the numbers advantage, because obviously they had 3 players in the final circle. That shows in their average survival time, as they lost one of their players earlier. Although DRS played it with great perfection, right? With 769 damage received only. Their positioning was such a brilliant position that even though they were in the open, they were not getting much shots at them.
Yeah. And then, yeah, as you said, knockouts too from the side of Savage. Look at that, 11 knockouts on the other hand. DRS, 8 knockouts. DRS, they were able to position themselves pretty well. On the other hand, Savage, they had to sweep their way through inside the zone. And luckily, the circle also favored Savage player. But again, DRS, they just had a heap load of smokes to try and back themselves up. They've created a beautiful smoke pathway to try and make it in. And in the end, DRS just got a nice chicken dinner for themselves. Taking a look at the match summary, Hershey is going to be there on 3 stats this time. Highest eliminations, highest assists, and even highest knocks, Ocean.
Yeah, coming down on the numbers, right? We said it, right? Hershey is going to be there. He is there in those top charts for himself. And Ante, he did good on the longest distance elimination. But today, more or less, it's been a day of a similar color in the match summary. Obviously, Ante has a different color, but then again, Savage's players just representing themselves, just coming up with the same vibe that just looks really, really good. In fact, if we talk about it, we have said this before as well. Anip and Hershey, their combined damage is just so brilliant that Savage just capitalized on that for a long, long time. Although it's just one thing that was missed out. We know it, right? It was just the $1,000 as DRS gets it.
Yep, $1,000. I mean, personally, that's what matters the most. But again, I mean, at this point, Savage, they're pretty much like, you know, in the top 16. They know that. For now, they're just fighting for the $1,000. And Savage, they were not really able to get their hands on it. Unfortunately, it's DRS who are just stacking up those bills on top of each other. And with 15 placement points and 7 eliminations, 22 points in total. Savage 2 on the second place, getting themselves 12 placement points, 7 eliminations, and 19 points in total. Skylightz Gaming, though, not gonna lie, we're seeing a decent bit of improvement because yesterday, too, they kind of seemed deactivated.
ElementriX, though, this game, they faltered down quite bad, and well, it was not just them, right? A1 Esports, a team that was having decent few games. This time, it was an early elimination for them. In fact, the first team to get eliminated, right? That they were just out there. But then, Deadeyes Guys, since the last 3 games, in fact, they have a total of 5 points that they got in this game only. So, yeah, that's just quite a distance, right? Coming up from these players is composure. As a team that was doing so good, they faltered down with no points in the first 2 games. So we can just understand the way they have been just looking forward onto that pressure on themselves. So yeah.
I mean, talk about the pressure, man. I'm pretty sure ElementriX, too, currently they're going to be feeling the pressure. Even teams like Venom Legends, the pressure is going to be on them. They still have 2 more games to go today. So something they can try and rely on and something that will help them quite a bit. But again, we talked about this, right? At this point, teams that are all the way in the latter half, DAX, too, it's going to be so tough for them to catch up on that top 16 mark. They will have to put on some insane numbers to even get close to that spot. Taking a look at DRS map rotation, and of course, this was quite an interesting circle, but that curveball shift on the right side, it's something every single team did not expect.
Yeah, it definitely happened, but think about it, right? This team likes to drop down to Milta, and this was a standard rotation for them. They came there, they stayed there, and now look at the circle shift, and as soon as it happens, right? This is where I said DRS is in such a good position, because now you'll see how the zone is just gonna move around. It was like they actually had a magnet, and that just think about it, right? They were there, and the zone became their friend. It just played with them. We always say, right? The zone's no one's friend, zone's no one's enemy. Zone just likes to have its own life. But this time, Zone chose them. It looked like they were the chosen ones for this game.
Oh, talk about the chosen ones, man. Oh boy, I mean, Savage, I honestly felt like they should have been the chosen one, but then the win was just snatched away by DRS. They played it really well, but yeah, in the end, you're talking about them being zone magnets, and yeah, the hard shift just heavily favoring the lads of DRS, and in the end, they also got that win. But unfortunately, Savage, they got really close, and then it just got snatched away. I also saw one moment right there, one of the players from TDK, he was like pinned underneath a vehicle, and that was something I was like, wait, what just happened? The vehicle just came and just straight up fell on top of him.
Yeah, T2K Legend was just there, right? He was just on the other side. But then again, that was a different story. Those are like the rare moments that we see here and there sometimes. But, well, talking about this one game, it has ended. And that just means, we are left with what? 4 Erangels, 2 Sanhoks, and 1 Miramar overall right now for this Super Weekend to just end down. That's going to be the last Super Weekend. After that, top 16 is going to be there. And for Atrax now, it might just be doable. It might not be, because it also depends on how high voltage is going to be playing, right? Because high voltage, first few games were not that good for them. This one was just a decent game. This one was not good for Atrax that much. So it kind of comes down to their own understanding. Obviously, we'll talk about that after we have a look at the Oppo F21 Pro movements and quite early fights we just witnessed in this one. Look at how early, like, they spotted on a few players, they took them down, they rushed. Like, Seal did a very long rush, and it was not just this one. We saw multiple rushes happen.
Yeah, it's probably because the hard shift from the zone, and every single team wanted to make it in as quick as possible. They did not really want it to just leave it for the later on stages, because we know sometimes the late rotation do not really work out unless you're going to be playing on the edge of the zone. And edge of the zone too, it has its own pros and cons, but for now, as you take a look at JyanMaara, they were able to shut down the team in the front. The Stalwart Esports is of course a whole other beast. JyanMaara straight up ramming their vehicles, Cry over here trying to defend itself, and in the end Gunnar as well fell down. But Stalwart Esports, they took quite an early hit too for themselves. Top was taken out.
Yeah, I mean, Stalwart and Top today, it's been like quite an ups and downs situation with Top, right? It has not been that decent. Obviously, in the first game, Stalwart did try. IHC got that win, but Top was nowhere to be seen among the top fraggers and all those things. So that did happen. But then again, that just continued. And this time, look at this. Skylightz also had such a good position for themselves, but then again, they could not capitalize on it. Obviously, they could just be in top 5 and nothing more. But then again, IHC, the struggles that IHC is doing with the rotations today, it's just so weird.
Yeah, it's pretty weird. I mean, IHC, I'm not gonna lie, it just seems like they're like dialing things down on purpose. I don't know, because this is not the IHC that we saw in the first 2 weeks, right?
It did pay them good in the first game, right? Because they got a brilliant chicken dinner with that one. But then it's just that, sometimes it's working, sometimes it's not. Because in this Erangel, it did not.
I mean, it's more kind of like IHC knows that they're pretty much in the top 16. They've also secured a decent amount of cash money. So you might as well just try and figure some stuff out before the grand finals, right? You might as well just find new strats and experiment with the lobby. I mean, we don't exactly know what's going on in their mindsets, but this is at least what we're predicting, or maybe at least what I see. This is what they want to do. We don't exactly know what's going on in their mindsets, but taking a look at the damage graph, of course, Savage over here, they're going to be leading the charge by quite a bit. But Seal too, it seems like they started taking fights quite early in the game.
Yeah, 2-4-3-4. Damage coming up from them by 11 eliminations only. That's just so brilliant. And it's not just them. Venom Legends with 1096 with the 3 eliminations only. IHC, just like we talked about them as well. Skylightz a decent. Stalwart was just there. T2K, a team that got a brilliant chicken in the previous game. This time they only got 3 eliminations and 700 damage. And then obviously they were DRS and Savage. They played out of their minds with the position. So yeah.
Yeah, look at IHC too. Even though they got taken out quite early, they still had 5 elimination points and 1447 damage. This in itself just shows that IHC, currently they're just having the pedal to the metal. The main game for them has to be the aggression, and that's what they're trying to rely on. They're not really taking things that serious, I feel like, because aggression this early, IHC got taken out quite early, but they still had a decent amount of points to wrap themselves up. Then Dax too, one of those teams that we're currently watching out for on the latter half of the board, and they got taken out quite early too. And this is something Dax cannot afford, because today they only have 2 more games to go.
Yeah, they cannot just afford this one. So that just went on, and I mean, it's what now? 7 games remaining. 7 games to be in top 16. Given the fact high voltage performs bad, Dax has so many factors around them if they want to be in top 16. So many eyes are going to be on this team to just look and feel what they're doing. So, oh my god.
And look at ElementriX Esports too. Man, things are just not looking that great. In league play, they were able to just absolutely pop off, but now in the Super Weekend, they have again being just put down to the ground, nailed down on those bottom overall rankings. As you take a look at them, and you have Seal Esports, of course, leading the charts without a doubt. 446 freaking points. I mean, they're probably going to be at 450 soon after this game, potentially. And then you take a look at Stalwart Esports here right underneath. Even they have crossed the 400 barrier. IHC too, just making it right in there with 400 points. Man, what's going on? These Mongolian teams, they're pretty well coordinated.
They're competing against each other, it looks like it, right?
Yeah.
They are just competing against each other and nothing else. So, yeah, that's just how it is. But then Train to Kill is there, 374, just like we said, right? Today, they might just stay at the 4th position. Depends on how Vibes plays 2 games back-to-back. But then think about it, right? Train to Kill, Vibes, 199 placement points. They might just touch that 200 mark in the next game. One of them, maybe both of them, they do it. IHC is the only team now in the top 5. If T2K and Vibes just touch that 200 marker, right? IHC will have to play and do good in 2 games now to get that 200 marker for the placement pointers. On the other side, 89 points for Atrax.
Wow.
It's still doable.
It is.
It's, yeah.
I mean, it is still doable. Look at the team above them, TRZ, 91 points. I mean, this game should be more than enough for Atrax to try and overcome them. But again, you talk about high voltage. There's still a bit of cushion right there that high voltage has, and to try and surpass that, Atrax will need a pop-off game. At least one game with like 15 or 16 points that can close out the distance by quite a bit. But again, this is when we're saying high voltage. If they underperform, if high voltage do good, then the cushion will keep on be maintaining.
Yeah, that cushion just, it will keep on maintaining itself. But then again, we will be moving on to the map of Sanhok. I will say maybe in a while, because obviously before that, ladies and boys and girls, we have a little thing of ours known as the deathmatch that we just, love to see. We love to witness it. We love to enjoy it. The way these players just, play. But then again, I want to hear which teams are going to be playing up today. Like, I want the audience to guess as well which teams do they think are going to be playing today, because yesterday was such a great TDM that we witnessed, right? Just coming up. But today, all right, it's going to be Train to Kill, a team that's doing really good, versus Deadeyes Guys, a team that kind of is struggling. But then again, this TDM might just be the one that just, gains their helps them gain their confidence, if not anything else. We'll see again what happens.
I mean, but these teams are, kind of like really close to each other in the overall rankings if you take a look at it, because right underneath TDK's Vibes, and then right underneath Vibes, if I'm not wrong, is Deadeyes Guys. So these teams are quite close to each other, so this deathmatch has to be a close call. And again, something what I'm really expecting has to be Deadeyes Guys to even, they're doing quite good, right? But I still want to see them secure a bit much more money in their banks, because as you said, in these recent days, or at least in the week 3, they currently have been on a bit of a struggling phase.
Yeah, Deadeyes Guys, it's not even that, right? For them, the struggle has just arrived in one sense, and that is, I believe they are trying to overthink their every single move, because Deadeyes Guys is the oldest team to step in every single PMPL that has happened. It's such a renowned team. It's such an old name. But every PMPL, Deadeyes Guys is known to struggle in the last Super Weekend or in the last day. And this is the last Super Weekend. So the history is repeating itself.
Hopefully this doesn't happen in the grand finals, because oh man, that's where they really need the consistency factor in their pockets. So hopefully, Deadeyes Guys, you guys will have the breeze flowing in your way. But one thing we know for sure, these Mongolian teams are going to dominate without a doubt, and I'm pretty sure they're going to dominate even harder on the grand finals, because that's when you really need to get that first spot in your pockets. Moving on forward, though, this team deathmatch is definitely going to be quite interesting between TDK and Deadeyes Guys, especially considering the fact that TDK, they've been doing so good and so consistent. But one thing we need to focus about TDK is that TDK is kind of like a team, or TDK is one of those teams that really likes to play for those positioning more than eliminations.
And especially in Miramar. TDK has such a strong Miramar, right? They play really good in a map like Miramar, and they just play it with perfection. But then again, it's not about the Miramar right now. It's about that TDM that's going to start off in a while, ladies and boys and girls. It is just out here, and look at it starting up. Oh my god, this is the new TDM. I love it. I love it. I love
it. This new map. I personally haven't really played it a lot, because the one we all play is the Warehouse, but this one is like a unique one too. I've not played it a lot of times.
So I'll tell you. There are good things about this one, right? You obviously are playing it standard, in a standard way, like your own weapons and etc., all those things. But then again, it's a random spawn. You might just be playing a TDM in Pochinki. You might just be playing a TDM in Milta Factory. You might just be playing a TDM in the final circle of the previous game. Any place like that. You'll spawn randomly and you'll have to play a TDM. So this is such a good one to actually help you understand fights in a better way as compared to the previous TDM. Now, previous TDM is good, right? But everyone has played the previous TDM so much that they understand those pre-fires, they understand those angles and all. But this one helps you understand and think everything in a newer and a better way.
Yeah, exactly. It also kind of helps you know the maps, so like the better parts of maps even well, you know? Kind of just helps you master those. And now some of the players as well just camping right there. TDK so far doing okay, but if you're talking about Deadeyes guys, they have a great start. Also a bit of cushion to try and work around with. So TDK, they'll now need to try and take things a bit slow and much more cautious because Deadeyes guys, they're doing a great job. Look at them. They have the patience to work with. Unfortunately, Shifu, he was running out in the open and he got taken out pretty easily.
Yeah, the players were just, being taken down. Deadeyes guys are true love just, on one side. 9-12 is the scoreline. It looks really good for Deadeyes guys as of now.
And oh boy, look at him. Just Turalov. Oh my god, a legend.
Doing his own things.
He even ran out of bullets at the last second, so he just got the bullets off of his dead body. Yeah, all right. Well, Jane too is just going to get rid of Turalov right there. Again, Deadeyes guys, they have a bit of a lead, but TDK, they're doing a great job catching up. That nade hands are quite busy. He will be taken out too. Great shots from Turalov.
What's such a good, play being shown by True Love. In fact, he already has, 9 eliminations? I'm telling you, Deadeyes guys wins. He is the MVP of this one. He might just go for a double digit as well as no team has reached 20-point marker right now. Shifu takes one more down, taking the team to 18 and 19 follows up as True Love goes to double digits. Sandesh is still trying to survive. He's on low HP. And then there was Jane taking down one. Fragboy just returns the favor. Sandesh returns the favor on Fragboy as well. Oh, Shifu was spotted. Shifu was just spotted, but he was not hurt. And True Love, well, he gets taken out with a Scorpion. Now Legends trying.
Oh my god, the nade though. Yeah, it chips so much damage onto him. And then we're also seeing a lot of crowd spam motion. Have you learned the crowd spam yourself?
Yeah, I mean, I play with thumbs only, but then it's easier if you just you can just go for it. It's kind of a control setting that you just have to go for. So yeah. I do like to just
interesting. Because
in fact, I just uploaded a video of a TDM that I played with a few competitive players today itself, and well, I loved it. Overall, just dominating all those players. In fact, in their own lobby. So yeah, that was just so good. And right now, it's 20-28. That's the score line. Fragboy gets taken out. Deadeyes guys are in a world of trouble, or maybe not.
Or maybe not. Well, there you go. 29 points in the hands, Deadeyes guys. I mean, make it 30 now. They're getting really close to the win right there. And TDK, they'll need to try and find a way to just stop the entire momentum that Deadeyes guys so far are able to build. It's going to be a bit tough, though, because Deadeyes guys, again, they're not going to be stopped, especially TDK if they're going to be missing shots like those. Nades, too, utilities, they're being used so well.
How many kills does True Love have overall? That's my question now. How many kills is he having for himself, right? The elimination numbers that he has, I'm telling you, that's going to be just incredible. All right, he has 12, and the team has 33. I'm telling you, this guy is just doing really good, and he has the power to just end this game in about right now. Oh, he's just moving, and there it is. One more elimination just happens. And he spots another one, although his HP is low, so he needs to get that cover for himself. Will actually pick up some ammo. Will change that area, spots the player down. Is trying to go for a few more shots here and there, but then again, he understands. Shifu takes down Suyok though. And there is someone arriving quite close to him as a spawn just happened. Oh, look at Fragboy, just playing a hide and seek with his opponent.
Oh my god. Sandesh is just trying. He knows that Fragboy's right there. And oh no. Fragboy with a cheap shot. A low blow up from the back. And now Fragboy is just trying to take him out. Sandesh is taken down quite low. One single bullet from his M4 is going to be more than enough to take out Sandesh. And he's still jumping around like a maniac. Sandesh, you don't have the HP to back yourself up, but now he's regenning up. So maybe now he can afford to take a fight like that. But Fragboy is taken down to half HP. Unfortunately, Sandesh is just going to do some light work. And Fragboy, I'm pretty sure he's going to be a little embarrassed.
Legends just there. I mean, it's just one elimination remaining that Deadeyes guys just need to secure for themselves. They're gonna go for a few nades of their own, but there it is, and 14 eliminations is what True Love gets. With a KD of 2, that's just so brilliant. Jane on 1.9 though, but then again, both of these players, they tried and they did really good for their team and for themselves. And Deadeyes guys, well, in these CDMs, they like to play undefeated, and it looks like they enjoyed that, to be honest, for themselves. So
solid game though. That was a solid game, not gonna lie. I mean, we expected it to be close, and that was pretty close, but still, I mean, from the side of Deadeyes guys, Chari, also popping off, and then Turulov too also popping off. It's going to be tough to stop these two maniacs. And then also we saw a little bit of embarrassing moments from these players, but it's okay. It's just TDM. Everyone's taking it quite light. They're not really taking it that serious. But what players are not going to be taking light is going to be the upcoming game of Sanhok, and that's something that we need to consider, because now Sanhok, of course, is going to be a smaller map. That means teams that are currently on the struggling phase, this is going to be their chance to try and strike back. For example, Dex, they can try and amp up the performance, but it seems like we do have a little call from the Puppet Master, so it seems like it's time for us to push to a short break. But hey, don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
Бид улсаар төлөөлж PUBG Mobile 2022 Өмнөд Азийн тэмцээнд оролцож байгаадаа маш их баяртай байна. Бид энэхүү тэмцээнд маш ширүүн өрсөлдөөнийг үзүүлэх болно. Бидний тоглолтыг PUBG Mobile Esports YouTube сувгнаас 3 сарын 22-наас 4 сарын 17-ны хооронд хүлээн авч үзээрэй.
За бид бүхэн PUBG Mobile-ийн мэрэгжлийн лигийн 5 дахь улиралд оролцож байгаадаа таатай байна. Саудишэ бүсийн шилдэг богуудтай өрсөлдөх болохоор бид маш их өндөр хүлээлттэй бэлтгэлээ сайн гагдсан. Тэсийн ядан хүлээж байгаагаас илэрхийлэхэд таатай байна. Тэгээд манай багийн хөгжөөн тэмдэгчтэй хувьд бол бас бидний хүчтэй иргэн эргэлтийг тэсийн ядан хүлээж авах гэж найдаж байна. Тэгээд YouTube дээр PUBG Mobile Esports сувгаас 3 сарын 22-наас 4 сарын 17-ны хүртэл бидний гал гарсан ширүүн өрсөлдөөнийг хүлээн авч үзнэ.
Oh man, well it seems like the upcoming game is about to be in the progress soon, as we're probably going to be seeing the plane fly path in front of us in a while. And I'm pretty sure this game of Sanhok is going to be meaning quite a lot to a lot of teams. Now, there are potentially a lot of strats that teams can try and go for. But again, usually in this region, we haven't really been seeing those teams do that. The med strat is something that Atrax can try and pull off. But again, that's something they don't really like to go. Then again, they will have to try and rely on their gun skill quite a bit on this map. Third parties too can be one of those things that they will need to try and watch out from. So again, Venom Esports at this point in time, we can just count them out the equation.
Yeah, I mean, we can maybe just count them out of the equation right now. But Deadeyes Guys are right now, they're changing up their locations. We saw what used to happen the last times when they used to maybe just go to Hathin for the starters. Then they had taken down the area on the northern side of Tatmok. But now it's a different place with Fragboy Sir going down to the other side. That means ElementriX is not going to be moving down to the area that was close to bootcamp. One of the players used to go to the southern side of bootcamp, right? But now that's not going to happen. ElementriX also understands that. That's a really, really good thing coming up. And the circle, all right, it's a standard, decent Sanhok circle. It definitely has to move around Paradise Resort, where right now Savage is going to be enjoying their loot because today the weather seems fine. There's no rain by the name of A1 Esports, but Seal Wally, all right, he landed safely.
Well, this is quite interesting, right? A1 Esports not really opting out to challenge a fight against Savage, instead dropping around in the compounds nearby and also going for that loot. Deadeyes Guys too are going to be on the left side, just trying to wrap around with those smaller compounds, and this is something that I really like about Sanhok. You can always try and rely heavily on those little houses here and there and little compounds here and there. ElementriX 2 is going to be one of those teams that will need to have a consistent performance. They're doing okay in the overall rankings, but still consistency is something ElementriX will need to try and rely on. Dax, though, this game's going to mean quite a lot to them. The performance has to be up to the mark for Dax, and these two games, counting this one in too, for today, Man, the pressure is going to be a lot, but Dax, this is your time to hold your nerves with the gun and talk about holding your nerves just with some nice, precise shots on the rules. That's a big threat neutralized as well.
Yeah, that definitely is. And all right, as of now, they're just spotting down their opponents. ElementriX just just like I said, they're definitely going to be enjoying it. That one elimination. But then again, they need to make the entire game theirs if they have a game plan. The most important thing for them is going to be their distance from the zone. They are kind of at the edge of the circle, just just slightly here and there, in and out. So look at this, 500 meters is the distance between them in the zone. So it's going to be a long day for them to just focus on their rotations, focus on their movements. But then again, we'll see how it goes for this team. ElementriX, they do miss the old ElementriX charm for themselves. I'm pretty sure Hyozu must be more worried about that.
He will be indeed worried, really, a lot about that. And talk about worrying things, man. I'm pretty sure that Stalwart Esports, they're going to have to pedal to the metal. I just can't wait for them to go ham in lobby because we already see it, right? Stalwart Esports, they're getting pretty proactive. Sky's all the way on the top of the mountain, securing that spot down for his teammates.
Is he parking that vehicle inside?
I think so. He's trying to, yeah. Is he? Oh no, he's just trying to make sure that it's safe and it's not going to catch any bullets.
Yeah, for a while, he was actually parking that vehicle inside, but then it did not go in, so he's just kept it there, and then he was like, "Yeah, let it be, I don't care." Atrax, again, important games for them. Every single game, it's going to be really important. Let's talk about the positioning. It's really good. It's kind of around the center lines of the zone, so they don't have to worry about anything right now. But except for the fact when the zone's gonna just move from around them, Skylightz, 7C, so many teams might just move around them, so it might just be a big problem then.
Yeah. Talk about the big problems though. Even Esports, they're also going to be in quite a bit of problem because I'm pretty sure they haven't been able to secure a lot of loot in their pockets. So they will need to buy a bit much more time in the initial phases of the zone to try and secure a bit more. A bit of a question for you, Ocean. It's going to be off the game. Share your most craziest experience in PUBG that you've ever had. Even if you're playing normally,
So, all right. I have given a bolt action headshot to a guy in a glider, a quick scope. I have taken down players from multiple. I have taken down multiple drivers out of the game with a bolt action headshot. I am a dedicated bolt action player, right? I like to play with that weapon. So that's one of the things, and those are one of the things, and so. Yeah, again, there are some other moments as well, but then that was with a different game that I just like to play. So, I have played a few competitive lobbies, and I have dominated around those with a few of my friends who are players. So, yeah, those things as well. So it keeps on going. I mean, I love it.
Oh man. Well, we take a look at Seal too. Leo so far. And Seal actually, I mean, they're looking pretty okay in the zone. Don't need to do much here. 7C is going to be in the front lines, but Seal, do they sense the presence of 7C? That's something I really want to find out because Seal, they have quite a lot of distance between 7C and themselves. So 7C, for now, they should be out of harm's way, but if they do move out in the open and if Seal potentially do get their eyes locked on the players, then maybe they will be ripped apart. Ripson right here, one of the really good players for the side of 7C. And 7C so far, I mean, again, even for them, they will need to try and amp up the pace a bit more for their game to try and nail down a better spot in the overall rankings.
Yeah. Yeah, just trying to find up good places, in fact, for themselves. And Savage on the other side. Look at how situated these players are. I get it. They have one place to control. Sanchir on one side, Anif on the other, Eisenberg on top of the other building, Hershey on the other. I don't love it though.
Yeah. It's like they have eyes all across the board on Paradise Resort, and they're going to make sure none of the teams are trying to challenge a fight against him. Pretty nice and methodical approach in a tactical way. Love it from the side of Savage. TDK2 right behind them. I mean, yesterday we saw, right, as soon as a challenge was, as soon as a fight did happen in the Paradise Resort, TDK somewhere down the line tried to third party that. But then they realized, okay, they did not really find any sorts of opening. Maybe taking a bit of back foot, that can be the best thing they can do. And TDK, then they just backed off for the last second. But if they did third party, it could have been a complete hell break and lose. I see Alex spots out one of the players of Avon Esports. And Avon Esports, again, the struggle is being seen from their side. 6'9" boy, caught a couple of bullets, is taken down.
It's like they're trying to... Alex is still struggling with a decent angle, in fact, to take down 6'9", right? He's struggling with a decent angle, but yeah, he could have just peeked from the other side of the rock. Definitely.
He wants to be cheeky, He wants to be sneaky, a little cheeky too. Does not want to completely peek out because he's not really sure about the rest of the players, probably.
Well, on the other side, though, we saw High Voltage taking a decent fight, but 6'9", he just moves around. So A1 Esports, they are still surviving. I guess they're trying to understand what's happening on this side. As IHC, it's a thing, right? They're still giving up the information. The Alex is giving out the information to his teammates, right? That someone's there, you can spot him out. And A1 Esports, well, for them, it has to just go good, because then again, we know how important it is. If not the top 16, they need those thousands. And with the games that are like less in number now, where this is like after this only 6 games remain, it becomes difficult for you to just get a hold of those thousands more and more, because there are other teams that are playing like 45 games overall versus you just arrived. So
yeah,
there's a long difference in the mindset and the thinkings.
And DRS too, look at them taking their sweet little time to loot. Are they trying to wrap up some first dates for themselves? That's something I'm wondering, because we know around Sami there's quite a lot of... Yeah, they might just try and go for the heal strat. They don't really need to. They're doing so good in the overall rankings. They're like 6th place currently with 326 points. So that's something I'm like, what, DRS, do you guys really need to go for a heal strat, though? Because you guys are doing pretty phenomenal so far. So, yeah, it doesn't really make sense for a team like DRS to try and go for that. But still, they are opting to... Or at least that's what we think, because they're taking so much time in the blue, also tanking the damage. So that might just what they're trying to go for. As I see over here, too, one of those teams that has been quite dominant in the lobby. They're currently sitting on 400 points marker. And they would want at least 1 points to make you 401 and just topple up the barrier.
A standard normal circle shift in Sanhok. All right, that's rare, but it happens. Stalwart still in the zone. Atrax is there as well. Savage, they're not going to leave that area till the circle forces them out. 7C on the southern side. JyanMaara on a bit of more of a certain stretch for themselves. Deadeyes Guys in High Voltage. I'm telling you, it's your time. Cross this river. Otherwise, it will be too late.
Or just... Oh, no, they cannot take the bridge, no. I was about to say, just take the bridge. But I'd see,
we know it. Yeah, we know it. But then for them to cross this water lines, boot camp is the only safest approach.
Yeah. Yeah, true. Or maybe they can try and go all the way down south towards Ruins, and they can take that small bridge, and then maybe behind ElementriX, they can follow their footsteps. But ElementriX too, yeah, they're leaving that area. So that area is completely free. They can try and take that rotation. But again, hey, we have that info because we have the map in front of us. Deadeyes Guys, they have no clue what's going on around them. So it's going to be tough for them to try and navigate. The problems are going to be stacking up on top of each other. And this is something that we talked about, right? Rotating late inside the Sanhok zone especially. It already gets filled up with quite a lot of players, right? Because you can see 16 teams are alive. Only one of the players not in the lobby currently.
Yeah.
63 players. And soon after this, one more circle shift. The next circle is not going to have much amount of space to just contain every single player from the lobby. So we're probably going to be seeing the entire Hellbreak lose. But if I am predicting where the next circle might just go, I feel like 7C, they are in a pretty good spot. The next circle might just be on top of them.
They do have a decent place, in fact, yes, for themselves, as they are kind of just on a decent side of the zone. Not a lot of teams just going to be struggling around them. So yeah. And JyanMaara right now, just trying to find someone if that happens. Oh, this is such a good shot. Such a good shot coming up. Such a good shot.
Yeah, the airdrop too. Now it's going to be on the board. Is anyone going to go for that? That's something, I think so. None of the teams are interested because this late in the game, you never know. You never want to risk your lives for an airdrop.
Sometimes people would love it, sometimes they don't. But then again, we are in the slot zones right now, ladies and boys and girls. Stalwart's as players, we see them. Shotty on the other side, he's getting shotted, but Prabeen! He could not understand the value of just the immediate right where the players were arriving. Assassins out there, he spotted on one more player. He was shooting at that crate as well. Will go for a throwable of his own and would want to just maybe move out of the harm's way. I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but right now, high voltage, the backup should arrive, and it looks like it is coming.
Oh yeah, the backup's there. An assassin is not one of those players you would want to mess around with. The nades are tossed in quite close. Assassin will take a bit of damage from that, but nothing really to worry about. Shifu did hear Assassin close in on the left side, but nice reposition again from the side of Assassin. Just playing a little bit of mind games with those foot cues given away. And Deadeyes Guys still, they're left quite guessing. Extreme with a nice position all the way up top. This high ground can prove so detrimental for the players of Deadeyes Guys. So Deadeyes Guys, every single step they make, it better be calculated pretty well. Two players in the front. True Love is going to be all the way on the left. And now in the TDM, we saw what True Love is capable of. The close range engagements, this man is pretty nice, or at least he's pretty accustomed to winning those. So high voltage will now need to try and take things a bit much more cautious against him. And oh, DBS and M416, great combination.
That, again, coming down with DBS, we know how good of a weapon that is, right? In extremely close range. In fact, every shotgun, right? People nowadays in Sanhok, they're using it. They understand the value that you might just be close to someone. You need to just react on time. You might not have time to spray in that sort of a range, just adjust your aim. So just use shotgun on the player. Need a level 3 where's the player will go down. So that just counts in a really good way. We are down on 62 players, 16 teams, everyone still surviving, or like every team still surviving, although a few players have been taken out, two to be specific. And 15-minute mark is where we are touching. And the Sanhok, I don't know, somehow Sanhok just gets some sort of a slow pace somehow, which is unlike Sanhok.
Oh man, and look at this! No, he was also punch boosting on his way, but Ale is still so trained. The patience kind of paying off for the players of Venom Legends and IT. They just get completely caught off guard. Alex too will get knocked out. Zol is barely surviving on a sliver of health. Godless is all the way in the back. It's going to be really tough for Godless to provide any sorts of cover fire. But now finally he will get his sights locked on Ale. You better not expose yourself too much, trying to get greedy. Should try and play things a bit slow and wait for his teammates to try and provide that backup fire. UMP can prove to be quite damaging in those close range. We've seen that. Another nade tossed in. This might just be quite close. Y'all better watch out. It's cooked to perfection. And yes, Zol falls down to that one as well. I'd see they're getting single-handedly dismantled by Ale.
Oh my god, I'd see it's not looking good for these players now. Godless, what can he do? Yeah. What can he do? They started off by pulling up a bit of a pressure, but then again, that's a long story now. That's long gone. And IHC with such a struggle, I mean, it's rare sight.
They just got caught off guard. I don't know, man. It's like Ale was just sitting behind a rock. One of the players from IHC was just trying to punch boost his way on in. And it's like he did not decide to check that rock. And well, that did not really pan out in his favor, and Ale just single-handedly took out 3 players, making it look so easy, doing some light work on the players of IHC. Now he's trying to go for the confirmation too. Maybe this time Godless can try and shine and provide that backup fire. He's still trained behind that rock. He hasn't moved even a single bit. Finally, now he's going to try to move.
Yeah, just need to find up a good place, a good pace for themselves. If that happens, Venom Legends' players, they understand that they have pressurized down their opponents, and now they're just gonna, enjoy their own sweet time, play zone. Obviously, that's Venom Legends' pick coming up for themselves. Shogun needs to heal, but he has nothing, and that's a big decision that he has to go for the fight. And you could just see that that was a weird angle, but yeah. Now,
Yeah.
oh, Striker, see, he was on low HP, he could not do anything. That was just a
Yeah.
death push that he was just trying to do for his own teammates, but yeah, that did not happen.
Unfortunate stuff. RX Jax, he's looking at his teammate in sorrow. Cannot do anything. He wants to help him out, but how can they do so? Now, Smoke's tossed in from their side, hoping that maybe they can be the last glimmer of hope and last savior of Sharkbot. Top, he's just peppering some shots. He's just trying to tap away. And for 16 Suppressor, it's going to be a bit difficult to try and figure out where Top is shooting from. But again, Stalwart Esports just kind of peppering some bullets down in the front. Also punch boosting on top of this mountain. And this is what we talked about, right? Stalwart Esports, they had a really great positioning off the bat. They were just being so proactive from the bootcamp area. And now the circle is actually going to take a top right shift. That means Savage, they're going to be graced by its presence.
Stalwart's players, they are trying to just stay onto a good lines, but there it is. One team is going out. IHC Godless follows up, and there it is. The elimination happens. IHC, it's done for. Stalwart on the other side, they're trying to find up a good place, and they would just not want to go for a decent fight for themselves. If that happens, 160-70 meters is the distance between them and the circle. 7C, look at this. A few players are inside the zone. A few are still struggling with 10, 20, 30 meters. That's the distance between them and the circle. And this is the fourth circle. 20-minute marker is where we are reaching right now. That means in a while, 100%, we are going to see the chaos just coming on in this slow map of Sanhok somehow.
And Baron actually gets knocked out. Oh, no. Oh, Seal, this is something they really did not want. But hey, another thing I really wanted to talk about was IHC. They got actually eliminated with 0 points in this game, and that's something we're not really accustomed to seeing. And now Seal, well, they're getting charged on by every single player of DRS. Demo is going to be there in the close of fray, but this time is also going to be winning that fight. No, actually, scratch that. DRS 2, they get eliminated because of the third party from the back from Skylightz Gaming.
Skylightz Gaming, these players are trying to do everything in their power to just, take it down to hunt the players. And Seal, well, looks like they are paying on a bad deal for themselves. Leo is the last one surviving. Obviously, Demo is quite close to him. He would want to go for a revive. But then again, Vibes is coming from the back lines. Skylightz, they will be engaging against Vibes now. And Leo, I'm pretty sure he would be the last one surviving out of all these situations. As Demo would be taken out, he would be finished. So Yog is taking a fight against High Voltage on the other side as well. Muffin Ninja, Skylight's their attention now. It is on the players of Vibes. But for how long will that happen, right? Because they're outside the circle. They're around the circle, in fact. So they need to move to that place as well, because you need to just go for the betterment of your placement position, and that's where the circle comes. You have to play this game around the zone. But Ryu, oh, the damage is done on Ryu, and now players would want to move to the back lines, and this just puts Vibes in a very bad position. Although Ryu has just put on a first aid, he has healed himself. Now the players are moving, but Skylightz, they are gatekeeping the circle now.
Oh, they indeed are gatekeeping the circle. The circle as well, it's just being so unpredictable. As now Vibes Ryu is just going to charge on in. There you go, the final nail put in the coffin. Seal, they're nailed down in 13th spot in this game. Vibes, they're just going to keep on marching on forward. All they need to do is just try and make it inside the next zone. This next circle shift is going to be quite curveball-y. It's going to shift right on top of the players of Savage and Dax. Dax again with that compound in the prime positioning. They can try and just rain down death and destruction, but Top with the S12K in his hands. Wow.
Yeah, that just, came down on to the players, if you just talk about it. 7C's players struggling with the blue, and with the players outside the blue as well. As Suzanne was like, I would want to go for a YOLO move, and definitely takes down one for himself. That's the account open for the players of JyanMaara. That was their first one. Snipe goes down. Suzanne's last one surviving, only has a few bandages, trying to move forward, but then again, I guess he would be spotted down, would be taken down. Yes, he does. 7C Memo just giving him the memo that he took a fight on a wrong day. And that's how it was. Now, 11 teams surviving, 32 players still alive. A1 Esports have a good place for themselves. Sanchir is moving forward now to revive his teammate, and if it's really important as well, if he can. But it looks like, nope, he has something else. He wants to go for a fight.
Yeah, he does. He's not even going to prioritize his teammates. That's the funny part. Eisenberg is right in front of him. Unifo is actually a man who can be res pretty easily, but the nade from A1 Esports is actually going to get the confirmation through. So now Eisenberg, can be the only man saved in this kind of situation. He's slowly and steadily trying to crawl on in towards Sanchir. Shouldn't be that tough to get the res on the fallen man. Maybe at the last nick of time he will be able to. Or no, scratch that. That too did not really come through, but the name from the side of Sanchir is going to catch two players of Venom Esports. Easily taken out now. It's all down to Shy caught in the close range. And the next day lobbed in too. It's going to do so much damage. Shy caught barely surviving on a sliver of health, and he will be taken out. But oh, scratch that. The Uzi from the back lines is going to provide some great cover fire.
Oh my god. That was just so good. And now, Jax, he's getting revived in no HP bar. He gets a new life filled onto him. A1 Esports, they have good elimination pointers coming up for themselves. They are doing really good. In fact, right now with 5 teams remaining as Vibes do mark up their exit. And they got 4 eliminations only. T2K is still surviving. Atrax is still surviving. We know how important this game is for Atrax, for them to close on that gap between them and the team of High Voltage. This, Atrax, well, they're earning respect.
They indeed are. +1 rep. And then look at them. Atrax. TDK in the front lines. TDK is the only team currently in the lobby who has that sort of cover to work with. One of the players of Dax are being taken out. Are they going to be able to get the rest back up on the fallen Manius is going to be the answer. Or no, scratch that. It was 7C, one of the players. And then the other players all the way in the blue. Akujad now trying to go for a mid strike. But Jane right here is going to spot out the rotation from the side of A1. And easily one of the players will be taken out as 6'9" boy is not going to be in the game anymore. It's all down to the final 2 men alive. RX Jackson Shoykot.
Oh, Shoykot's just out there. He's out in the open. He might just be taken down right now. He's still surviving barely. A1 Esports, they were struggling with the blue, and the struggles are not ending for themselves. Shoykot, he cannot heal. He cannot do anything. He would be the next one to fall down probably. Alright, he heals up on time. But then again, Shante is looking in on his direction. A1 Esports so close, yet so far. That's going to be the story for them. 7C definitely follows up. A1 Esports might just be the next. But for Atrax to actually show that dominating end, they need to take down the players of T2K, who indeed have to move inside the zone, 18 meters of open distance. This distance, it's going to be a big, big distance for them, because if they don't have smokes, even if they have smokes, random shots in the open area can actually take him down. Oh, Shoykot's inside the circle? Well, he is. And no one's looking onto him. He would want to secure second position. He would not want to be a part of any fights. He would want that no one looks at him. Oh, they do. Shoykot. Oh my god.
They do. Look at him. He was able to get the knock through, and there he goes. Final man of Venom Esports 2 will be wrapped up now. It's down to the final 2 teams alive. Dax, Ocean, we literally shed a light over Dax, and we were like, Dax really needs this game in their favor, and it seems like they're just being blessed by the zone over and over again. Talk about being zone magnets. Dax, they're the proper example of that. Chante moves up pretty close to the tree, and now trying to kill. They do realize Dax as well. They're stepping out of the comfort zone, and yep, the zone. Next zone too. This is what something's going to matter.
It's done and dusted. I mean, there's just one player remaining, but then Octopus gets taken out. That does not matter as Atrax get a brilliant winner chicken dinner for themselves. They are at 17th, I get it, but these 22 points are definitely going to help them. $1,000 is definitely going to help them. And High Voltage, well, you better be ready. You better be prepared, because there is an east wind coming for you.
Oh, it is. It is coming pretty hard, and we talked about this too, Ocean. They really needed this chicken dinner the most, and they strike in when they need it the most. And Dax, what a way to close things out in the previous game. Also on the map of Sanhok, and I even said this, like, Sanhok can be the best way for Dax to try and secure some points, and that's how they're able to wrap up these points for themselves. Dax, a great showing in the end. TDK2, unfortunately, the zone wasn't really favoring them, so they had to leave that cover and try and move on in. That's when Dax just got a huge advantage for themselves. Overall, a fantastic performance, but again, TDK2, valiant effort. Talk about the consistency. TDK is one of those teams that's able to keep it up.
Yeah. I mean, Atrax did brilliant. T2K with that consistency is just doing good. I won't be surprised if, today we see them gathering more and more points in the last game as well. And then they just, start moving forward, because today the day is going to be over after that last Erangel. And then we'll be moving forward to the 5 games of tomorrow, which will have their own weightage. So, yeah, it's going to be a hell of a ride.
Oh, indeed. It's going to be hell of a ride, and I just can't wait for the final day of the final Super Weekend, because you said it's going to be hell of a ride, roller coaster of emotion. The aggression is going to be amped up. But for now, it's time for us to push a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. How you guys doing? Welcome to the PMPL South Asia 2022. And of course, brought to you by Oppo F21 Pro, which is currently out in the market. So you guys can go and grab it for yourself.
Yeah.
Of course, one of the best phones out there in the market. But now, taking our conversation back towards DAX, and when they need it the most, they strike in Ocean.
Yes.
Now, what do you think? What should be the future plans for DAX?
The future plan is to be consistent. They have 6 games now for
Yeah.
themselves. 1 of today, 5 of tomorrow. They have to just, be super consistent. Just go with the flow. Maybe be in top 5 for a few games, top 3 for 1 or 2 more games. And once they are there, right, they don't even have to worry about anything. But whatever happens, they need to understand that right now, 1 point or 10 points, high voltage is still ahead of them. So if they are going consistent, if high voltage goes consistent as well, 17 is where they might just be a full stop. So, yeah.
Well, let's take a look at the MVP of the previous game, and let's find out who's going to be the most valuable player. Of course, has to be some of the players, or at least one of the players from TDK, because they were able to do so good. And they were in the top 2 as well. 4 elimination points from the side of Jayne, 3 knockouts too, with 560 damage acquired and 1 assist in 24:44 survival time. Jayne has been proven to be one of the best players that TDK has ever signed in their roster. Has been sticking around with this roster for a really freaking long time. He has been representing the same banner for a really long time over the years now. And Jayne, again, the consistency, this man is so consistent with the performance. Jayne able to show himself up. But now I also want to take a look at the top 5 players of the previous game. There has to be at least a couple of players from the side of DAX, at least 1 or 2 players. And yep, there we go. 2 players from the side of DAX. It's going to be Octopus with 4 eliminations and 396 damage. And then Ante is going to be there with 2 eliminations and 519 damage acquired. Action from the side of Stalwart Esports too. He got taken out quite early, but he's still there in the top players on the side of Stalwart. And then Avon Esports, an okay showing. 6'9" boy was able to make it till late zone, but unfortunately had too many eyes locked up on him, and he got taken out as well. Overall, a great showing from all the teams, and especially really happy for DAX. As I said, they striked in when the iron was hot, and right now things are really looking in their favor. High voltage too, quite great. And well, it seems like this time Ocean has taken a leave, and now joining alongside with me is going to be my friend Johnny. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty great, man. Thank you for asking. Hopefully you enjoyed the last game. I mean, Sanhok, yesterday the way the match went wasn't really the kind of situation we expected, but this time I think DAX today have looked very exciting to watch. I mean, we are witnessing a lot of aggression, and they look like the same team that we saw during the league play days, which was kind of missing. Well, to be honest, kind of missing on the first day of the Super Weekend, but today they are stepping up quite nicely.
Yeah, they're stepping up pretty nicely, without a doubt. And something I really noticed too, right? In the previous game, I mean, Dante wasn't really playing. And Dante, considering to be one of the filter IGLs of Avon Esports, right next to Sinister, I don't know how Avon Esports are able to just work so far. But in the previous game, they had quite a decent showing. 3rd spot for themselves. Shoykot was able to make it alive for pretty long, but then in the end, he just didn't have the cover to play around with, and he was the only man surviving, so he got taken out pretty easily. But this is the match summary in front of us. Octopus is going to be all over the place, and then Action is going to be just stealing a bit of limelight from the players of DAX.
Yeah, just not allowing the entire team to be there. And Gyante is present in the list, so Dax overall did really well. I mean, every single position, as you mentioned, we do see the players from Dax. Octopus in particular was kind of a monster in this particular match. 4 eliminations, which is the highest. He also has the longest distance elimination and the highest knocks inside of the game. So definitely doing quite a lot and bringing in a lot of pressure wherever Dax went. But on the other side, I mean, again, going into the last Erangel, they have to make sure that, as you mentioned, Dax's eyes are now set on the players of High Voltage. And if they keep moving on like this, by tomorrow, who knows? Maybe we're just going to see like 1-2 point difference between Dax and High Voltage, and Dax will somehow figure out a way to get into the top 16. So High Voltage, they need to step up.
Talk about stepping things up, though. Dax, they really stepped up at the last moment when they really needed to. Savage, unfortunately, a bit of downstep from their side, and now High Voltage, they need to start stepping things up because Ocean mentioned this. High Voltage, you guys better watch out because there's another team that is just steamrolling through the lobby to try and get to you or to try and compromise or capitalize on your spot. So High Voltage, consistency should be the name of the game for you guys too, because so far you guys not able to do that great. But you guys better start amping things up, and you guys better start wrapping up those points, because if it's going to be too late, then we might just count you out of the grand finals, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, if it's a little too late, a little too slow, I think it's going to be tough for them to move forward. And getting to the finals is what I think everyone is talking about at this point, because just one match today and then 5 tomorrow, the final 6 games for these 16 teams that are playing. A few of them have already played their final matches, like talking about 1952, who have pretty much, well, already out of the top 16, so not moving towards the grand finals. It's going to be quite interesting to see what exactly happens. I mean, before we start off the day, me and Ocean were having this discussion wherein it felt like the top 16 were already pretty solid and they were already pretty secure. So we were pretty much looking forward to the finals that were going to happen. But now with the way Dax is playing, the 16th position, it's up for grabs.
Indeed, it's up for grabs. But again, High Voltage, if they start amping things up, if they start playing really good in this upcoming final game, then maybe Dax will need a try and at least think about the final day. But if High Voltage are not really able to step things up, then High Voltage will need to try and capitalize on the final day, and that's going to be their saving grace, or at least that the final day is going to be their final lifeline in this entire competition to try and nail down that 16th spot. Again, for that 16th spot, the battle is just going back and forth. Before now, let's take a look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments and let's find out how things really went out, because we saw action kicking off pretty late in the previous game.
Yeah, I mean, again, Sanhoks these days have been quite interesting as to the fact that early fights, early 4v4 collisions, early team fights that we used to expect and we were seeing in the first few weeks have completely vanished now. And I think one main reason for that was just the D switch up that we saw. I mean, IHC was putting up a lot of pressure on them always towards Hathin, and our D have adjusted. And because of that, there was a lot of mid-game action. This DBS move from Shibuya was just absolutely incredible.
Talk about incredible things, though. This spray right here from the side of Venom Legends. Oh, nice ejection right there, too. And I'd see they were taking bullets from all the cylinders, too. Yeah. Ale right here single-handedly almost dismantling the entire squad of IHC. They're doing a great job fighting against him. And then that nice knock from the players of Stalwart, too, to try and capitalize on the players of Venom Esports. Deadeyes Guys, things did not really go in their favor. Action just blew up the entire vehicle.
I mean, definitely, as you mentioned, action just blowing everyone up right there. And High Voltage, again, I mean, this was quite an unfortunate exit for them. They just got too distracted and too tunnel vision towards one direction, like it happened again on the Erangel earlier in the day. And that is something that they need to stop doing. Spatial awareness becomes very important in maps like Miramar and maps like Sanhok. In Erangel, if you are in those urban territories, if you have decent cover for yourself, then it's quite easy because you just peek your windows and clear your angles and you are good to go. But if you're out in the open like it happens on Sanhok, you have to be aware about where the shots are coming from. And if you completely ignore the fact that there are players on a flank, you're not going to survive. But ladies and gentlemen, we do have the damage graph in front of us right now. And Dax doing quite a phenomenal job as far as the team fights were considered. But this is what happens every single time I say this. Late game action means everyone has an opportunity to fight. It can be anyone's game. And because of that, we do see a lot of high numbers in terms of the damage that was dished out. Decent number of eliminations also converted by almost everyone, apart from IHC, who just got 53 damage in total. And then they just, well, were completely wiped out.
Yeah, they just got, as you said, completely wiped out. And Avon Esports and Dax too just tied things up on the elimination standpoint, but then in the damage standpoint, it's going to be Dax just leading the charge in the entire lobby. The previous game wasn't really that damage heavy game, and this is what we've seen in the map of Sanhok really happen, because usually the damage is like equally divided between teams. Taking a look at the overall rankings in front of us, as of course, I mean, without a doubt, the first page is just going to be there with how it used to be. I really want to take a look at the next side of the page, but oh, I just noticed Savage and Skylightz Gaming, there's only 1 point difference, so that means one more point from the side of Savage, and they will be able to capitalize on Skylightz Gaming's position, unless Skylightz Gaming have a nice banger final game.
Yeah. So either Skylightz Gaming moves up and takes the spot away from Deadeyes Guys, or Savage Esports climb up and take the position away from Skylightz Gaming. But look at this. Now, Necro, the real fun begins. Dax sitting at 111 points on the 17th position, and High Voltage are there on the 16th with 129. Just 18 points separating these two teams. 18 points that Dax needs to move forward into the top 16 and also secure a spot in the finals. Will they get those 18 points today in the very last game, or will they wait for tomorrow's 5 matches to try and secure the position inside of the top 16? No matter what, High Voltage are definitely feeling a lot of pressure going into this final Erangel.
Well, they're definitely going to be feeling it. And same thing is going to be with Dax too. They're also going to be feeling the equal amount of pressure, just how much High Voltage are currently facing to try and defend down that 16th spot. So both these teams are currently going to be on an equal pressure, but just because Dax, they won that previous game, I'm going to give them a little bit of mental edge and a little bit of mental boost over the players of High Voltage. So Dax, I think so they might just be looking a bit better for that previous game. But this final game of Erangel is where it's going to come down to find out which team is going to be able to secure that 16th spot. Is it going to be High Voltage, or is it going to be Dax, unless both these teams just get taken out early, and then we're just like, all right, well, I guess we'll see tomorrow.
I mean, if that happens, I'm really going to be upset, because now, I mean, it's like a cliffhanger moment right now, and I don't like leaving moments like these, stories like these on cliffhangers. We need a conclusion. But it is going to be in front of us. The conclusion is going to be in front of us for sure. Either it's going to happen tomorrow or today itself. But you know what? If Dax actually go on to finish in the top 3 in this match, and in fact do get those 18 points that they need, and High Voltage push down to the 17th position today, if all of this happens today, then High Voltage have tomorrow to come and recover. If it happens tomorrow, imagine Dax securing the top 16 in the 4th game, and I mean, it's going to be extreme pressure at that point for High Voltage to go into the last game, make sure they cover up the deficit and some more, and push Dax further in. And if even in the last game Dax just do really well, then High Voltage are going to be out for the top 16. So they need either High Voltage just starts performing now and well be consistent till almost the end of tomorrow, or Dax just takes the 16th away, and High Voltage, they're left struggling, just grasping at air, trying to claw their way back into the top 16, and then it might just be High Voltage, they don't make it to the finals.
Well, I mean, that's quite a lot of things you just said, Johnny. And, well, again, straight facts from your side, too. Completely going to agree with what you just said. And High Voltage, again, 16th spot is under contention. What are you going to try to do? Because today, High Voltage, they have been completely deactivated. We're just not even seeing one single moment where High Voltage, they've popped off. So the pressure is going to be there, as I also talked about Savage and Skylightz Gaming. Now, Skylightz Gaming, I don't exactly know what's going on with them. I mean, okay, I do understand the mentality of, like, you know, just, okay, understanding, okay, where we need to perform, we're going to try to perform there. Maybe in the grand finals, we'll try to just take all the money away and try to be on the first place. But still, I mean, it's Super Weekend, man. Try and get those $1,000 in your bag. Like, what? Yeah. If you don't want the money, give it to me. We can have a 50-50 split.
Of the plane,
Johnny.
in front of us. Yeah.
But yeah, the plane trajectory, as you said, it's in front of us, starting from Nowhere Pnoy all the way towards Hospital. And some of the teams, for example, teams like Savage, they like to drop in the Asnap Poliana. Where are they going to go now? I mean, one thing we know for sure, I'd see they shouldn't really struggle much, because they can just try and go towards Georgia Pole. They have those 2 nice little drop spots just for themselves. And now Savage, again, it seems like they're going to try and take the longer route, find those vehicles for themselves, and then maybe try and traverse towards Yasnaya.
But let's see what's going to happen. I mean, as you talked about, IHC and Savage, I think T2K are also going to be in a little bit of an interesting situation because they like to start from severely, and now that's not going to be as close to the plane as they thought. So they will have to figure out a way to get towards their drop spot, their loot spot, as comfortably as possible. Just taking an exit along with IHC, but while IHC push towards the Georgia Pole City and the containers, T2K are going to move towards the ruins area, realizing that vibes do not directly drop on ruins. And oh, it's a Western Circle again.
Is it the same circle?
Well,
Kind of.
kind of.
Yeah. A little bit tilted more on the left side this time. And oh, JyanMaara and one of the players from Savage is right next to each other. And finally, Anifo actually is able to get his hand secured on one of the M4s. And that's something that's going to cause so much damaging factor against JyanMaara. 2 players early taken out. Snap YT2 is going to follow it up. And now it's all down to Gunnar. The final man, the final glimmer of hope of life. Or at least in this compound, it's the final glimmer of hope to try and fight back against Savage. Savage, too, they're being pretty savage. They're not going to back off from this, even though they realize JyanMaara, they're quite hurt. They don't really have the suitable amount of weapons to try and defend themselves with. But still, look at the horns on his head. Currently, he's being the devil.
Well, but let's see.
Punch boosting.
I mean,
Oh my God.
JyanMaara definitely losing their third player in this fight as well. It's going to be quite difficult for Ghana to survive. Sanchir, he needs some heals before he can join Anif in that push. And I believe Savage Esports, they're going to be waiting for their backup, Eisenberg and Hershey, to close in on these positions. So they can, in fact, finish off Ghana and take down whatever's left of JyanMaara. 1100 meters JyanMaara had to go along with Savage Esports to get inside the zone. But right now, even that looks like a dream. As Ghana, so close to the stairs, just runs back in the nick of time. Sees the lad coming in, goes for a pre-fire with the Thompson, but it's not going to work out.
And Anif instantly backs off, does realize he has a Thompson with also an extended mag to play with. Wow, this early in the game, he's able to get his hands on an extended mag. That's quite impressive. 50 bullets now to work with, ample amount of bullets in a magazine. He will not need to reload pretty quickly. Whips out the M4 in close ranges. This also can be quite damaging, considering the fact that he doesn't even have any West and neither a helmet. So Gunner for now is going to be quite vulnerable. With Savage too, they're being pretty brilliant in positioning themselves for succession. Anifo again is right underneath the little window, and Gunner's able to buy off so much time. Where is Susan? You really need to try and help your teammates out, Susan. This is, well, unfortunate.
Well, if Susan is not going to help out, I think Gunner is just going to take the mistakes that the players of Savage Esports are making. What was the point of giving him isolated 1v1s? Now the numbers are all equalized. It's a 2v2. Why would you do that? Big mistake coming in from the side of Savage Esports, and Ghana, because of that, has in fact picked up 2 free elimination points for him. And well, that is why Susan wasn't moving. He has been knocked out. And I think Ghana in a few moments is going to be the last surviving player from the side of JyanMaara. Has pulled off a 1v2 already. Can he do it again?
This isn't just a mistake. This is a rookie mistake.
Yeah.
What? Why?
Both the teams are making those silly mistakes now.
Yeah, and there we go. Another player falls down from the side of JyanMaara. Well, this is what you get. Not really closing distance on your final man, and now Gunner's going to be there in the compound. Our Savage going to go for the final man. That's something I wonder. Savage, go for it, please. And yep, so far, it does seem like they're trying to close in on the same direction. Hershey and Eisenberg. Eisenberg, we've seen this man pop off in the past. Hershey, too, one of the OG players from the side of Mongolian region. So these are the 2 players they really need to watch out from. Gunner with the M416 in his hands. Trying to inflict some pain and death on the players of Savage. The final 2 men alive. Is Gunner going to be able to clutch this one out? That's something I want to notice. He's able to find at least a bit of chip damage. A great way to kick things off in this fight.
But let's see. I mean, will the chip damage be helpful? Hershey is going to be taken down to around 60-70% HP. Eisenberg looking to climb up to the first floor. Hershey is going to join him soon. But I think with the extra time that the players of Savage Esports had to loot around while Gunner was just stuck in the squad house, just trying to survive the assault from the other 2 lads of Savage, they would have a lot of utility and heals available on them. And look at this, both of them just using the third-person perspective to try and sneak a peek on each other. But a few shots through the smaller window, and that's it. That's the first squad wipe of the game. Finally, JyanMaara get taken out.
Oh boy. Savage with 2 players up still. Man. A little question for the chat. Which team you guys think is going to win? Make sure to type it in your chat and tell us which team you guys think is going to win this game. What about you, Johnny? Which team you think will win this game?
I think it's going to be difficult to predict. There's going to be a lot of chaos towards Gatka now.
I'm telling you, I'd see that are going to win this. Easy.
If the circle moves towards Everest, then yes. If it shifts towards the southern side of Gatka, then I'd see are going to be in a very bad position, Necro. Because they will have a lot of teams contending their backs. And IHC, I mean, we've seen in the recent days, as you've been talking about them toning down the aggression, I think they just like to fight in just focused in one direction. They just do not like to split their firepower like we have seen them in the past. But I think Savage Esports has found their next targets. Venom Legends are moving in on their position.
They indeed are moving in on their positions. And look at them. Savage, too, in the back. They're right there. The Venom Legends squad, too, they're moving in quite close. It's 2v4 situation in that compound. You can see on the map. Venom Legends, they're closing in quite close. And Savage, now they're going to have a lot of pressure to deal with. I mean, they're okay in the overall rankings, and I'm pretty sure they have toppled Skylightz Gaming over in the overall rankings because they got 4 elimination points already. Look at this Urus. Wow, it's a great cinematic shot.
I mean, it's a beautiful car. I once saw this IRL.
Lamborghini. Wait, you did?
Yeah. It's very pretty.
Ooh.
Lamborghini logo right there.
I mean, anything that's expensive at this point is pretty... Let's be honest. Yeah.
I mean, I don't like any of the Supreme stuff. But that's just me.
Okay, then someone please give Johnny a wooden car.
Oh, that's going to be epic.
What?
I would love a wooden car, man.
How? It'll just
How
burn.
many people do you
of
know
the
who...
engine.
How many people do you know have a wooden car?
Dude,
I would have one. It's going to be super rare.
It'll be weird though, man.
I mean, I didn't say I'm going to drive it.
But one
Yeah.
advantage you can have with it is that you can probably use it in the water too because it's wood. It'll float.
Depends. I think the engine and stuff is going to make it pretty
someone
heavy,
please copy my car idea.
Are you going to get it patented now?
Yeah, probably. Like, someone please just... take it, man. It's a free idea that I'm giving. A wooden car. You can also use it in waters.
Necro just gives out ideas for free every single time the PMPL rolls around. Last time was the wireless fishing rod. This time is the wooden car. You gave the idea of another wireless thing this time,
Am
right?
I going to be the next Elon Musk?
Yeah, probably.
Man.
I mean, you like to wear turtlenecks, so probably Steve Jobs.
Ooh. I wish I would.
And you wear glasses as well.
Oh, okay. So you're saying I have the traits?
You do have the
Okay,
traits.
listen, you're just at this point you're just boosting me all the way up to Cloud9, all right? Stop it, Johnny. But yeah, getting back in the game, getting our heads back in the game here. Oh, what a shot from Leo! Well, that's what you call a dirt nap right there. And 7C now, they're going to be on the receiving end. Seal, the precise shots coming through with the DP. Oh, every single shot just connected right on top of his head. 2 players already taken out. Now the call's being made from the side of Seal to straight up ram their vehicles on the compound of 7C. Maybe. But Seal, for now, taking things a bit slow.
Well, I think everyone right now is just taking things slow because look at that, 10 minutes in, still 58 players still surviving. I think Seal Esports, they can try the level best to take down the lads of 7Cs, but the distance between the teams is going to keep them quite separated. Oh, we do have a catalyst now as Skylightz Gaming find an opening. Akujor being taken down from the flank, so that's the third party right there. And if Seal Esports and SG combined do in fact manage to find 2 knocks from the players of 7C Esports, then one of them is allowed to go for a push, but not both of them at the same time. Then it's going to be quite quite difficult situation. But look at this, Godless, he sees Sandesh, or does he? I mean, he sees him out in the open, but
Yeah.
is refusing to take the shots.
He's not able to find like a clear line of sight on Sandesh, and he's just waiting for Sandesh to like stand still or even like slow down his movement to a certain bit. Sandesh now finally will be spotted, taking a lot of shots, and finally will find the knock too. Godless, a great way to open the fray up. Legend exactly knows where Godless is positioned now. Let's pop this Bucky out too, but Godless instantly is going to try and rotate out of this one. Maybe try and go for the confirmation on the frac that he just found. And oh, Sandesh, there we go. He's going to wrap all the way from the back.
Yeah.
We'll try to find a nice off angle, making sure that he's also going to be out of harm's way. Look, he's still not ejecting out the buggy. He's just looking for, he's trying to scout the areas out because he doesn't know where the rest of the players at TDK are. He wants to go for the confirmation, but also at the same time doesn't really want to be too greedy. But one of the questions I had, Johnny, for you.
Yeah.
All right. It's not really related to the game, but it's more kind of like, which is your favorite ice cream flavor? And in the chat too, people let me know, which is your guys' favorite ice cream flavor?
I think it has to be chocolate chip. I've been eating since I was a kid, but now I haven't had ice cream in, I think over 8 years now.
8 years?
Yeah, I haven't had ice cream in 8 years.
How are you surviving, my man?
I can't eat. It's a medical thing, man. You just have to get used to it. But let's see. I mean, Godless right now, look at the weapons he's yielding. In his hands has the M4 and the M249, so a good assault rifle. Then there's the LMG as well, dishing out a lot of damage. So the DPS coming out of Godless, it's going to be insane. He did take some damage from the flank. I believe it was Seog who, well, hit one shot. He connected, then had to run back and cover. But oh, Legend, as he went for a revive on Sandesh. Sandesh gets finished off and Legend is knocked out. The bait from the lads of IHC was just perfect and on point.
Oh man, and Godless too is just continuing to inflict pain on the players of TDK. We'll also get the confirmation on two of the players. Legend and Sandesh are now out the equation, not really in the game anymore. And he's just going to keep on inflicting damage and he's just going to keep on raining down bullets in the front. Two players now surviving on the side of TDK, and their consistency factor seems like IHC they're finally able to put a full stop to that. So we're not really going to be spotting TDK being pretty consistent in the lobby anymore. Yeah. 15 teams are still alive, 56 players in total. IHC, they're not looking to back out from this fight. They want to take out the remaining players of TDK, and they're going to keep on aggressing in.
Well, but let's see, IHC, they do realize that they have a massive advantage in this fight and they want to push that even further. Just finish off the entire squad while you can, while you have the opportunity to secure all the points possible in these early stages. But let's see, they have to think about rotating towards the zone as well. Both these teams, not a lot of distance, but it still can get very tricky at times. But on the other side, 7C Esports still managed to sustain somehow, despite the fact that they have been spotted out by Skylightz Gaming and Stalwart Esports and are kind of sandwiched out in these open compounds. But Stalwart Esports, they have to be extremely careful. They have ElementriX closing in on their rear as well. So that's going to be an opportunity for third party. But ElementriX, they have their own troubles to deal with. Deadeyes Guys. Oh, they're rotating from the southwestern edge of the circle, quite close to the compounds of ElementriX. And it's going to be quite tough for them to actually take that fight.
Talk about being tough. Look at Avon. They're spread out pretty well, but this is something we've seen, right? Avon Esports, they always get taken out one after the other. It's like a chain, right? One player gets taken out, then the rest just start following it up. And that chain reaction needs to be stopped. And how can they do so? I mean, currently they're spread out. Even if one of the players gets taken out, it's going to be next to impossible to try and get the rest back up. So should be, you know, something around that. Maybe try and back out and just try and reunite with your teammates. Or you can try and hold down your ground and just ask for the rest of the team to give you cover fire.
But let's see. That's going to be the play that will be made. But on the other side, what happened? Savage Esports are right after JyanMaara. They also get taken out. Just the final two players remaining from the team getting picked up. And the shift of the circle is right on top of Stalwart Esports. I think they're going to be pretty happy and thanking their good graces at this point. But IHC, Necro, I think now is when trouble is going to be there in paradise for IHC Esports. As well, they are looking to finish off T2K before they move towards the circle. And if they manage to pull that off, it's going to be quite nice for them, because getting inside the circle, it won't be easy. It's between Pochinki and Gatka, the circle right now, and quite out in the open. So if you don't have proper cover, you are basically done surviving in the open. It's going to take a lot of smokes from your end. And look at that, T2K completely pinned down. Jane and Sanhok trying their level best to survive, but IHC is just pushing forward, and they're not looking to stop. Finally, Alex is going to be taken out.
Finally, yep, the opening frags being found too, and now TDK, they're able to bounce back. Oh, at least two of the players got taken out from the side of IHC. Now IHC, they're going to be quite hurt, and TDK, while going, they're also going to be, you know, at least spoiling IHC's game right there. Godless, though, is going to be on a rampage with those 3 eliminations that he found on the players of TDK. A huge hand behind the entire squad. Wife of TDK right there. Action just peppering down some shots on the players of DRS. Now DRS 2, they're getting held out. They're getting held off the bay as ElementriX going to be ramming their Rico straight up in the compound of high voltage. ElementriX, they want to take it over. Are they going to be able to? That's something I'm wondering. Incuss in the front too. The rest of the players of ElementriX now trying to charge on in. But ElementriX, they're taking a lot of damage doing so. And high voltage, what a great hold. Nice defense coming through. But now they will need to try and fight against another wave of enemies.
Well, let's see how this fight is going to work out on the other side. The Assassin, look at him completely pinned down. And look at the elimination feed as well. Skylightz Gaming taking on the players of Dax. Octopus is going to be out. ElementriX almost getting eliminated from this match, as High Voltage have, well, dished out quite a massive hit on them. In fact, they have been taken out already. Quite a lot of aggression all of a sudden inside of the game. Losing out one more team, and IHC might be next as DRS, they have their number. A1 Esports pushing forward. Assassin, he takes down one, tries to move forward. It's a 1v1 situation. He goes for the elimination secure, and finally 6ix9ine boy is going to finish off Assassin, but an unnecessary loss. A1 Esports, they will have to face, as Assassin did not go out for free, took down one of the A1 Esports players before he went.
What happened to Godless, though? He got taken out, unfortunately. Delta is going to be the only glimmer of hope for DRS2, and I see he's all the way in the blue, tanking a lot of damage. Don't know what the game plan is there for IC from the side of IHC. But, again, the troubles are going to be stacking up on top of each other for them. Skylightz Gaming, too, just tapping away. Trying to maybe potentially find a connection through the smoke. That's not going to be the case for now. Venom Legends right there. Delta is going to be right next to him. Delta will need to try and watch out. Again, Delta's position, as long as he's able to stay anonymous, that's all that's going to matter. And I see, finally, too late to rotate in, and he will be held out the zone by Skylightz Gaming.
Well, but let's see. Skylightz Gaming, can they secure a few extra eliminations as well? 3 already done. Blue zone is here. And again, Stalwart Esports and Stalwart Esports in a very good position for the circle, for the zone. A1 Esports as well. They have solid cover available, but what they don't have is going to be the numbers present on their side. DE have quite an empty position for the circle. And it's going to be quite interesting to see what their approach is going to look like. Skylightz Gaming, AJ spotting out the lads from Stalwart Esports, taking a few shots, but Stalwart Esports do manage to find some cover right in the nick of time, and, well, they're going to be safe for a few more moments. Top needs to be careful. Dictator has the mini, and, well, positioning of the crosshair was pretty perfect to go for a headshot, but A1 Esports, as I said earlier, just the final 2 players remaining. DE, they go for a push. Chari is going to be all that remains, as, well, a few of the players are being picked off by Stalwart Esports as well. Now, Chari is going to be spotted out. Shoykot, he wants to go for this, but takes a little bit of damage running indoors. And, well, both of them just jiggling around those windows, around each other, looking to see if they can have a clear vision for more than just a split second. No damage traded. Shoykot is going to be low, and Chari coming out on top. What a fight. What a 1v1.
I'm telling you, Stalwart's going to take this.
Stalwart Esports are in the position to win this game. This has to be their game, but they have to be patient if they want to win this one. Because all the other teams, they're going to be just fighting amongst themselves, and they're just basically going to pick each other off. But Stalwart Esports, now they're getting pushed upon by the lads of Venom Legends. And they're just a hell separating these 2 teams.
Yeah, Venom Legends now trying to challenge a fight against Stalwart Esports. Nate's tossed in pretty close. Action 2 is not going to try and toss on this one, and this might just be even closer. It's going to crawl in quite deep. Taking a lot of damage, and there we go. Finally, they're able to find the opening, and now you do see Stalwart Esports in a stage of discomfort, and same thing goes with Venom Legends too. Every single player from the side of Stalwart Esports will now need to try and make, or at least they want to make an off angle on the players in the front. They're trying to march on in the front. On the other hand, Seal too, they're just peppering down bullets in the front too. Dictator from the side of Venom Legends will find a great reply. 2 players down even in the front. Now it's a 2-on-2 situation. Rafat is taken down pretty low. Steel Shot is the only healthy man available from the side of Venom Legends. And well, look at Rafat now. Able to patch himself up, but also catching a couple of bullets. That's quite a stupid mistake from the side of Rafat.
Well, but let's see, can they recover? Stalwart Esports, they lost 2 players from their side as well. Well, not lost exactly, they were knocked out, so they will have to go for a revive as well. But on the other side, Joker hitting shots on AJ solo, just one more connecting and AJ is going to be knocked out, but Joker just missing the mark. Now the blue zone is moving forward. Stalwart Esports are going to be under some pressure. They have to deal with Venom Legends before rotating in the zone, otherwise that's going to be a big mistake. Venom Legends can easily go for a backstab. Dictator, the only man knocked out.
Movements does happen. Nothing to be taken away from the players of Venom Legends, though. They tried their best to keep up the fight against the players of Stalwart. Another shots taken from the side of Seal too. Seal currently they're right inside the zone. They're looking at really dominating position too. And Seal, again, the consistency from the side of Seal is something that needs to be found a cure too. Because Seal, they are just one of the most like dominating force in the lobby. And then you take a look at Stalwart Esports action too. One of the players right there just peppering some shots in the front. And now the main problem here is that how are they going to try Well, a bit of technical difficulties here and there, but ladies and gentlemen, but we're finally back. I know you guys missed my voice. I'm just kidding. But yeah, a little bit of technical difficulties here and there. It's quite understandable. You know, of course, these online events, they're going to have a bit of difficulties. But now we're finally back in the game as we take a look at the match summary too. Action, of course, was the MVP of the previous match, and he will also get himself the highest elimination standpoint with the highest damage numbers back it up too. 1,295 damage all by himself. Action, this man has been on an absolute killing spree. Call a killing machine. Action has to be one of the best players out there. Demo 2 from the side of Seal, though. Seal in the end with a great positioning. They just won that chicken dinner. Seal pretty much had the prime spot. The Circle 2 just shifted on top of the players of Seal. And as soon as that happened, I was like, well, Seal, they're just going to secure another bag of $1,000 easily in their pockets. Top 2 is going to be there from the side of Stalwart Esports, Johnny. And Seal, man, Johnny, I don't know. They're just getting a lot of money at this point. I need to ask him, do you guys need it? Or
I think they just want to make sure that they are not one of those teams left behind. I mean, their colleagues are doing quite well right now. If you think about the 5 chicken dinners that IHC has and the 6 that Stalwart Esports have, so Seal Esports are trying to match that at this point. And I think they're going to be pretty happy about that. But on the other side, I mean, it's quite important to talk about Dax, because remember the 18-point advantage that was there with high voltage. Slowly and steadily fading away, because even though high voltage walked away with 7 points, Dax is there with 11 points now. That's a 4-point difference between the two teams, and it's the difference in the favor of Dax. So now the difference is just 14 points between them for the 16th position. And going into the matches tomorrow, it's going to be very fun to watch what Dax is going to do or what high voltage is going to do.
well, that too, and I also wanted to see another thing between the overall rankings is that has Savage Esports surpassed the players of Skylightz Gaming? Because we talked about this, right? And we talked about this too, that Savage, they really need to at least, you know, try and step it up or against Skylightz Gaming, because they just needed one more point to secure for themselves. So it wasn't really that tough of a call for Savage Esports to make. But then Skylightz Gaming too, we saw them doing pretty good in the previous game. They were able to survive for a pretty long time compared to Savage Esports. So we never know. Maybe Skylightz Gaming, they've just nailed down that spot and they're not going to give it away. Or maybe Savage Esports, they were able to wrap up a few elimination points. So maybe Savage would have gone that. We still don't know. But let's take a look at the Seal Esports map rotation and let's find out how they just followed the footsteps to success.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite an interesting rotation as well, considering they started all the way from the military island. And I think lucky for them that ElementriX moved in towards the southern Gutka farms a little bit quicker. So I think Seal Esports definitely could have capitalized on that. And based on their position, I think the stronghold was just perfectly laid out for them. No trouble at all.
Yeah.
But
indeed, no trouble.
Onward, right? I mean, early game this time on Erangel was like, apart from the early fight that we saw between Savage Esports and JyanMaara, majority of the teams were just fighting in the mid-game stages. I mean, no one intended to just run face first into the opposition, just hoping they would come out on top.
Not just that, and then the next circle shift to Seal, they just straight up booked it. You can see they did not really overcomplicate things from that after the compound hold. They just straight up went inside, went right underneath that hill too. They had a little bit of dip to try and play around with, also a little bit of edge, and that's where Seal, they were just located till the end, and the circle kept on shifting on top of these players. We're probably going to be seeing in a couple of seconds where the next circle shifted to. And Seal, I'm not going to lie, in the end, that was a really great and a calculated position. If they wanted, they could have tried and just straight up book it to the hilltop. I mean, there were a couple of teams, including IHC, that were right there, and IHC were also in a fight. So Seal, they had a fair bit of chance to try and third party, but they still just stuck to the spot they found themselves in, and in the end, it also paid off. Look at that circle, slowly and steadily just shifting on top of the players of Seal. They were just getting graced by it, and then the final zone was just like right on top of them. They were right in the center, and Seal, they decided to spread out in the final zone, and because the Seal knew it's their zone, it's their house. All they need to do is just make sure and try and hold teams off at bay, and that's what they were able to do. So.
Yeah. Exactly, quite nicely as well. And if you remember, I mean, the extended fight that was there between Seal Esports and the lads of 7C Esports when they were holding their Gutka farm position, I mean, that was also something that where they could have messed up after the first opening was secured, and then Skylightz Gaming from the flank found the second one on 7C Esports. Had Esports lost their composure and decided, all right, guys, this is time for us to go for a push, maybe they could have blundered up the entire situation. We would have seen someone other than Esports walked away with the win. But still, they maintained the composure. They were quite patient. They waited for the opportunity to strike. And when it was presented to them, they didn't miss. But for now, I think it's time to just relive the action once again in the Oppo F21 moments.
Exactly. Let's take a look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments and let's find out how things really went down. And we did see this fight between Savage and Gunner, between Savage and JyanMaara, and unfortunately one of the Savage players just making those rookie mistakes. And the Thompson, we talked about this too. He had found that extended barrel or that extended mag for himself since the start, so had a lot of bullets to try and fire with a huge magazine too. Wouldn't really run out of bullets in those kind of situations. And finally Savage, they were able to take care of him, but already they took a lot of damage. 2 players were down. Savage, they got wrapped up pretty early in the game too. Seal with some insane shots on the players of 7C. And oh my god, Ripson unfortunately wasn't really able to vault on the other side of the window too, and he got taken out. That's such an unfortunate way.
Just bad unlucky moment. But look at this. I mean, Dax, I think, tried their level best to, well, secure a few extra points in this game. IHC, that was a blunder. I mean, T2K was just waiting for the opportunity. They knew IHC couldn't resist pushing towards them, and they just waited quite patiently on the stairs and setting up a crossfire. ElementriX, I mean, this fight could have gone either way, but definitely not going ElementriX's way at that point. Venom Legends against Stalwart Esports was also another exciting collision to watch in this match.
I mean, at this point, we might as well just call Seal the league champions. As like, they've just been doing so great, and the cushion that they have for themselves, it's going to be so tough for any of their team to try and catch up. Maybe potentially Stalwart Esports can do so unless or only if they have insane games tomorrow, like 3 chicken dinners back to back in Stalwart Esports. They also get $3,000 if that happens tomorrow. But again, Seal, they have been doing a phenomenal job maintaining that first spot, and Seal, they might just be the league champions. But 8 elimination points from the side of Seal with 23-72, and then look at Stalwart Esports. 14 freaking eliminations, 31-77 damage dealt. Stalwart Esports is a whole nother beast, and then look at the other teams, right? They're just looking so small in front of them. None of these other teams has even crossed over the 1,000 points or 1,000 damage barrier.
Well, yeah, and it's going to be quite interesting to see exactly, I mean, the domination, if this is going to keep on continuing. As you mentioned, none of the teams were able to cross the 1,000 marker. I mean, but the eliminations were quite evenly divided amongst the lads. But ladies and gentlemen, for the last time, for at least today, we do have the overall rankings in front of us. And, okay, along with the fight for survival, I think there's another fight that's going on right now, and it's going to be just Seal Esports in this one. It's the fight to hit the 500-point marker.
Oh yeah, I just
they're
forgot.
gonna do this tomorrow.
500 freaking points from Seal. Oh, are they gonna make it happen? Oh, this is gonna be interesting. This is gonna be interesting. It's like the history will be made if Seal just get themselves those 500 points secured. And then Raw too, they're able to at least stay on the 11th spot for today. Then if you take a look at Atrax, pretty close, moving in really close to the players of High Voltage. So starting tomorrow, these two teams are going to have a heap load of pressure to try and deal with. How are they going to do so? I mean, that's something that they will need to try and figure out. But again, they're going to have a heap load of pressure to try and deal with. High Voltage, they're right there. JyanMaara too is right above the players of High Voltage. Even Esports at this point in time, might as well just count them out, unless tomorrow they win all 6 of the games with an insane amount of elimination points, which is not going to happen.
Yeah, it's going to be quite difficult for them to pull off, but I think, again, we do have the team card for Stalwart Esports in front of us, and that means Stalwart Esports were the most consistent teams today. Top was not having a fun time. I mean, we didn't see the same Top that we were seeing in week number 2. Instead, we got action back. I mean, I think these two lads are just going to keep switching things like this up until we reach the finals, which is, well, just tomorrow for us to get through, and then the finals are going to be in front of us. So I think it's going to be quite interesting to see whether Top and Action, both of them are going to be firing at the same time. Both of them are going to be in good form at the same time, or are we going to get this similar situation wherein, as in the league stages, you might have noticed, either it's Top doing really well and Action making mistakes, or it's Action doing really well and Top making mistakes, getting taken out early. Never have we seen both the impactful players from the side of Stalwart Esports perform wonderfully at the same time.
And look at that, 31 elimination points from the side of Stalwart Esports on the Super Weekend Day 2. Now, tomorrow it's going to be the final day, ladies and gentlemen, where the aggression's going to be amped up. And I'm pretty sure tomorrow where we will see a bit of targeting here and there. to try and stop some of the teams from reaching their goals. And that's going to be something I'm going to be eyeing out personally, because day 3 has to be one of the most chaotic days in the entire history of the PMPL. But it seems like we have some new little graphics lined up where, you know, those little curtains roll down for the players to take a look at the elimination leaderboards. And well, there you go. On the 5th spot over here is going to be Demo. Ooh, look at that right there. You know, Demo, it's just such a royal feel, man. Johnny, it looks pretty cool.
I mean, it is definitely quite cool. Imagine our faces being there, but unfortunately, we're not good enough as these lads. And Zeal is going to be there on the 3rd position, 100 eliminations secured. So, round of applause for the century right there for Zeal. Top on the 2nd with 107, and that means Action has taken the lead away from his own teammate now. He's going to be sitting on the 1st for sure, but number is something I want to wait for. 113 elimination and almost at the 25,000 damage dished out. Parker.
We're probably going to be seeing him cross over the 25,000 damage barrier too. Let's take a look at the day summary now and find out how the day or the entire day has been looking like. Which team was the one who dominated it? Stalwart Esports, they've had a phenomenal performance today. Day summary right in front of us too. I'd see. Look at them. They just won the first ever Erangel. They were able to kick things off pretty well, and then later on, TDK took the T from them, took the cake, and then DRS2 just kept on moving on. And Dax just winning at the right moment of time when they really needed to shine. And Dax, they were able to secure that win, and Sanhok also close in a bit much more distance between High Voltage and themselves.
Well, let's see. I mean, Esports, they were there, had the highest knockouts in the last game. The game just ended. 15 knockouts secured, but Train to Kill had the best stats on the 2nd match that they won. Miramar was the game, 15 eliminations, highest of the day, highest damage dished out of the day, and also the most heals done as well. But still, I mean, today was quite exciting to watch, but I think today just made tomorrow even better now. Since Dax did really well, they are 14 points shy of being in the top 16. We have a lot of questions in front of us, and we will find the answers tomorrow. As we talked about, Dax High Voltage, who will qualify for the finals? Will Seal Esports cross the 500-point marker? Will topple over his own teammate Action and the elimination leaders? I mean, a lot of things and a lot to look at.
Indeed, a lot to look at. As you guys can see, the socials too right here. I mean, make sure to follow the socials. Our socials too, and make sure to follow the PUBG Mobile social too. Make sure to follow them and make sure to subscribe to them on YouTube. Follow them on Instagram. Follow them on Twitter. Whatever you guys like to prefer for yourself, because PUBG Mobile Esports is available all over the place. With that being said, I'm pretty sure all the games for today has been done as well. Johnny, has been a phenomenal roller coaster of emotions. Day 2 is what I call the day of comebacks, and Dax somewhere down line, they're getting really close. Now they have shifted on over, or at least they have moved on over to the day 3, where they will fight for the pride, and they will also fight for the 16th spot for themselves. Are they going to be able to get the 16th spot? You guys will only be able to find out on the final day of Super Weekend 3 of the entire PMPL SA. Johnny, has been a phenomenal ride, hasn't it? But it seems like that's going to be it from our side for now. It's time for us to take a leave. Has been a really great to be here with entirety. I mean, even though I was just here for the final 2 games, but still, it's been an absolute pleasure to welcome you guys. But now it's time for us to take a leave. So it's going to be me, Necro, and Johnny taking a leave. Bye.